Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
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 Startup Autobahn
is an open innovation platform
powered by Plug and Play.
It provides an interface between
industry-leading corporations
and innovative tech companies
in the fields of
mobility,
production,
enterprise,
sustainability, and beyond.
The basis of the program
is the partnership formed between the startups and our business units,
designed with the intention
to accelerate the development of
cutting-edge technologies.
Startup Autobahn
moderates a community for collaboration
with a focus on
implementable results.
How does it work?
Together,
we evaluate the potential
for a joint project,
move forward
to pilot the technology,
and work
to achieve the ultimate goal.
It's successful, production ready.
Implementation.
Since the platform's creation
in 2016,
we have collaborated
with more than 289 startups
and over 380 projects,
constantly pushing
the boundaries of innovation.
In May 2016,
Mercedes-Benz AG,
Plug and Play Tech Center,
University of Stuttgart,
and Arena 2036
founded Startup Autobahn
as an open innovation platform
with global reach.
Since then, we have teamed up
with anchor partners
DXC Technology,
ZF Friedrichshafen,
PSF,
Deutsche Post, DHL,
Webasto Group,
Madison,
Bosch,
Schaeffler,
ST Microelectronics,
Bridgestone Mobility Solutions,
and the ecosystem partners
Rampa,
Lindy,
AGC,
Wieland,
BP,
Hyundai,
Eversbecher,
VW,
Sekisui,
JDC,
Plastic Omnium,
Maxion,
Novelis,
YTT Grupo Engineering,
SIA,
GF Casting Solutions.
to bring the idea of open innovation to life.
How would we describe our work?
inspiring,
interesting,
Strategic,
and exciting.
passionate, inspiration,
Challenging, creating,
energizing,
game-changing.
Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
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 Welcome to Startup Autobahn. Welcome to Startup Autobahn.
Testing. Can you hear me? Can we hear me? We're going to turn this up. We got a noisy room in the house. It is amazing to see you all in person. You're about to clap right now because I'm going to say, welcome to Startup Autobahn 2022. Yes. Yes. Amazing. I am delighted to be back here in this venue in person. I could literally hug you. You are so close and here. Thank you all for coming. This is a special year, a special moment. We get better every time. We've got over 1,000 guests in here, 110 speakers, 27 program startups, not one, not two, but 3 stages and a whole lot of surprises. But don't worry about all of that. Right now, your friendly host and moderator to guide you through today, my name is Dan Ram, and I'm delighted to be here with you again. Real quick, who's here for the first time? Put one finger in the air if you're here for the first time. Just one finger. All of you first-timers, it is lovely to have you. All the old-timers, can we give them a quick welcome? Yes. Thank you for coming. You're in for a great surprise. Who's here 2 times? Give me 2 fingers, 2 times. 3 times, 4 times. Show me how many times you've been here with your fingers. Right now, everybody, including you with a beret. 5 times, 2 times, 1, 10. Now here's the question, specifically for you. Because we don't have 11 fingers, most of us. And this is the 11th edition. If you're here 11 times, quickly stand up. If you've been here 11 times, I knew you would stand up. Anyone else? 11 times? 11 times, wonderful. Can we say a special thank you to the legacy participants 11 times? Amazing, amazing. I'm so excited. For the next 45 minutes, we've got an intense program. So I hope you're ready for all the special guests we're going to bring on stage. But first up is the MD for Plug and Play Germany. Please give it up to our friend, Sasha.
So now I have to figure out how this one works.
Right there.
Wonderful. No.
Not yet. Try again.
Hello? Guys?
There we go. You're on.
Now
Super.
it works. So first of all, welcome everybody. A big applause, hold on, a big applause to the people, to our champions, who you saw in the video about a minute ago, who are actually making it happen to what we are seeing here today. So to all our partners, to the champions who are making it happen, thank you all. Yeah. So, dear partners, dear startups, dear innovation drivers, exactly 6 years ago, in July 2016, we started this platform, Startup Autobahn, with Mercedes-Benz, with Plug and Play, with the University of Stuttgart, with the Arena 2036, which is our proud home today. Since then, we are finishing today our program number 12. We are having 33 partners on board. With them, we were able to realize 400 POCs. But, you know, testing is not everything. What are we really here for? To bring these technologies into production. And we have an incredible rate of what we're doing this year. This is unheard of. About 25% of the POCs are actually going into production. What else did we do here? We brought a mobility hotspot to Stuttgart, which is probably the best mobility hotspot in Europe, maybe even all over the world. We have startups who are from Israel, who are from the US, who set up shop here in Stuttgart due to the collaborations with our partners. And that's really unbelievable, and we really think we did a change here for the region and the mindset. For Plug and Play, I think many of you know that we are all over the world these days, but for Plug and Play, Startup Autobahn was one of the first open innovation platforms. It was international, which we copied our concept from Silicon Valley here in Stuttgart, and it became a huge success. So, you know, great to have in good old Swabia the mobility hotspot for Europe. Now I'm trying to recoup, but I thank you everybody. We want to bring this to the next level here in Stuttgart, reinventing ourselves currently, and having the best end-to-end innovation platform in order for you to produce the best technologies and implement the best results. Thank you everybody for being in this journey with us together and working to see what we can see here today. Thank you so much. Over to Dan.
Thank you, thank you. The next gentleman I'm about to introduce was actually here right on day one of Expo. But in addition to the audience here, I want to say a quick hello to those who are live streaming and watching this. We've got about 40 nations joining us, so I know you can see me right now. And we just want to say thank you for being a part of this as well virtually. So, this next gentleman, as you do, I was on his LinkedIn account. And I saw that a couple days ago, he had quarterback and Super Bowl champion Russell Wilson, as well as award-winning singer Kiara, showcasing the future of Mercedes. Some of you have seen this future. We've got a vision car right behind us, and I believe it did something pretty monumental. Some of us have driven from the Swiss Alps down to southern France. It's about 1,000 kilometers. Imagine doing that on a single charge. That is part of the future of Mercedes. We're very happy to have a man who started as a trainee, as part of the associate program in Mercedes, going all the way up to now being the CEO. Please welcome onto our Startup Autobahn stage, the wonderful Ola.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sasha. Thank you, Saeed. And thanks to everybody that is coming to this event again. It's great to see everybody back, also in person. As was mentioned, we were one of the founding partners. We have been here from day one, and it's therefore a specific honor to be able to give a short speech and then talk with Saeed on stage about what's going on with Mercedes in the context of innovation and startup economy. Love your outfit, by the way, Dan. My tailor is far too conservative, but I'm sure we can take care of that as well. So what do I want to talk about today? In the context of click. Whoever has the control of the slides. Next slide, please. In the context of the auto industry, and if we think about innovation and startups, what is it all about? I'm sure you know that the automotive industry, as many or most industries, we're in a fundamental transformation. You could always call it a disruption. What is driving this disruption, as is mostly the case, it's technology, but it's not just technology, it's technology in the context of a bigger journey. And decarbonization in our business is one of those global journeys. I've chosen this EQXX research car as my theme through this presentation today. 3 years ago, when we presented something that we call Ambition 2039, our commitment to decarbonization, be CO2 neutral, at least 10 years ahead of when the Paris Climate Agreement suggests to do so. So much has happened since then. And we have doubled down. This is a holistic commitment. Not just the obvious thing that we talk about, the product electric cars, then powered by CO2-free electricity. It's about the supply chain. I'll talk about that. It's about our own operations, production. We're going CO2 neutral already this year in our worldwide production. But it's also about the product in use. So you have to think about it in all dimensions to be able to master this transformation. And in fact, as we were going along, we were saying, can we go faster? Should we go faster? And the answer is yes. So we're now putting the company in a position, capital allocation, engineering resources, everything we got to put Mercedes in a position that by the end of this decade that we can serve markets 100% electrically if they're ready for that, and we will push for it. That's the one major trend that is driving the change to transformation of the auto industry. On the next slide, the other one is digitization and computing power. If I think back, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, how much processing computing power could you package in a vehicle and still fit 4 or 5 passengers into it? A lot. If I compare to what we put in our cars now, it's unbelievable. Some people talk about a smartphone on wheels. I think we should rather talk about a supercomputer on wheels, with the best sensing technology that we have ever had, married to artificial intelligence, software, the cloud, the whole thing. This is becoming so much more than just a connected car. You can make phone calls or listen to music or whatever. It's becoming a thing in the Internet of Things. We're on the verge of really now cracking the code on autonomous driving, having more and more situations where you can relax and the car drives you. Everybody in the future at some point could potentially have their own chauffeur, a very safe and smart chauffeur. And if you think that thought even further, what do you get then? you get back the greatest gift of all, time. Time that you can choose to do something else with, whatever you choose to do. So there's an endless amount of possibilities in the digital frame of the product and everything in and around the product. And that is why I'm so excited to be here, because many companies, many of the startups, they're of course thinking about this. We sometimes say, yes, we're going into this software-driven world, but it's not a software-driven world that is replacing the hardware. The vehicle is still a physical product. So when we talk about being more software-driven, more digital, that is a dimension that is growing in our business and in our engineering culture inside the company. But it's not a replacement. So much of the innovation is going on the hardware side. I mean, it's almost like we've just scratched the surface. So my point is innovation. It's about innovation. And if you want to be successful in innovation, next to having in your DNA a pioneering spirit, you will need cooperation. Cooperation. And this research car, the EQXX, which was a challenge to the engineering community, and the project leader sitting here in the first row, Jasmine, we told the engineers, we'll give you a challenge. Can you make a car, but a real car, not a fake car, like a real car that can drive 1,000 kilometers on one battery charge? And you can't cheat. You're not allowed to put a monster battery into it. I mean, anybody could do that. Just fill up the whole car with a battery, and I'm sure you can go 1,000 kilometers. It's got to be a battery that is about the size of a battery that we have in cars that we sell today. I have to admit, I was ever so slightly skeptic. The engineers were not. They said, challenge accepted. I didn't know they were going to be successful. They were more than successful. Not only did they drive the 1,000 kilometers, recently, a couple of weeks ago, 1,200 kilometers, but it was collaboration. It was engineers that we have here in Sindelfingen in Stuttgart. The Formula One team was involved. So a lot of the fast-paced innovation that is going on there came into this. But also, startups were involved. So if I take my first example, here's one startup, UBQ. They're from Israel. They're working on alternative materials, in this case, plastic replacement, coming with materials from recycled. We have applied so-called bionic body structures in this car to have very rigid and stiff and crash-safe structures, but as little material as possible, so you save weight and you save cost and so on. These materials could be suitable for that. But it's not just kind of, it's someday in the future maybe. Some of these materials we actually use on cabling in cars that we produce in series production today. So it is happening. Another example is this company from, I think they're from here, from Stuttgart actually, Ventus. They model wind and predict how wind is going to affect the route. Now you might say, who cares? Don't you just drive and that's it? We care. Why do we care? We care because in an electric era, efficiency is the new currency. Because efficiency is, of course, range, but it's also cost. Better efficiency, longer range, lower cost, smaller batteries, weight, and then back to the ecological footprint, if you can make them smaller, less materials, and so on. And for those of you who have done a little bit of automotive engineering, that you know in the different forces that you have to overcome, drag is one of them, and wind does affect drag. So you can theoretically change your navigation route slightly, depending on wind. I know it's a marginal gain, but that's not the point. The point is it's finding technologies that will improve efficiency. That was the statement and the mission of the EQXX. Create a car, a real car that can go 1,000 kilometers, but don't build a monster big battery. Those technologies are going to be in series production cars, some of them already in 2 to 3 years' time. So not science fiction, not something that is 10 years away, it's tangible, it's almost there. So, how are we going to do it? We're going to do it together. Whether you are a startup that is a 136-year-old like this humble startup called Mercedes, or you are a startup that is 6 months old. If you have an open mind, a pioneering spirit, and a technology that has the potential to change the world, you have the potential to change the world together with us. And I think that is what this meeting today is all about. Thank you very much.
Come on, Ola. Thank you so much. Come have a seat over here. We're now going to invite on to the stage someone that everybody knows, serial entrepreneur, serial investor, over 1,000 successful investments in major tech companies, and in charge of this entire Plug and Play Global. Please welcome our friend, Saeed. Come on, over here, please. All right, they put us as far away as possible from each other over here. Gentlemen, how do you two know each other?
You know, we have a joke in Sweden about that.
What's that?
Everybody has learned with COVID 1.5 meters or 6 feet. So now that the pandemic is receding, I'm from Sweden, kind of a Nordic cool country. We say, well, good, now that the pandemic is receding, we don't have to do the 6 feet anymore. We can go back to the normal 3 meters that we have in Sweden.
Distance. Nice.
That's a joke, sorry.
So, gentlemen, how do you two know each other? Where do you guys meet?
If I recall correctly, one time we had this Mercedes lab in Sunnyvale tell us there is an important group of people coming, but for some reason, security reason, they wouldn't tell us who. But they prepared, we prepared, and then we realized it's all the management board, the executive board of Mercedes, who came and spent an afternoon with us in our headquarters in Sunnyvale. And at that time, we had a little bit of working relationship with the Mercedes lab in Sunnyvale, but nothing to this extent. And then I remember that I got a message that we have to do more. You have to come to Stuttgart. You have to do something like this in Stuttgart. And I think I mentioned I have never been to Stuttgart, and either you or one of your colleagues says, that's your problem, so come over. And I did come over, and we discussed the vision to do this together. Is that correct, Ola? Is that what I remember?
It's absolutely correct. We came and we spent an afternoon. We talked to you, we met your team. We also talked to a bunch of startups, by the way. And I think in that meeting we were bitten by the bug again. Yeah, we had been in Silicon Valley for some time, but we were bitten by the bug again. And even though in traditional German industrial companies, much of the innovation is in-house or together with established supply partners, we said we need to use this angle of the ideas that are coming from new startups more. And I think the rest is history.
So let's talk about that, because was it 150 years ago here in Stuttgart? Is that where the story of Daimler and Benz basically open innovation, even back then 150 years ago, right? These two gentlemen coming in and creating the first automobile. Can you share a little bit about open innovation, why this is important?
Well, the unique thing about those two gentlemen is historians believe that the two of them actually never met. They were only about 120, 40 kilometers apart.
Yeah.
And in the very same year, in 1886, they both had the idea, let's get rid of the horse in the transportation equation. And constructed two vehicles which are considered the first real automobile, the Benz Patentwagen and the carriage with the combustion engine of Daimler. And I mean, their whole mindset was this thing of don't accept the status quo. You know, do something fundamentally different. And you could argue they have changed the world with that one innovation. And it happens time and time again. The key is now to keep that spirit alive, not just inside the company, now being them or forefront, but in the whole region. And I think it's there. I think that entrepreneurial spirit is there. It's not a matter of nationality or company. It's more of a mindset.
Right.
It's a mindset.
One of my favorite questions to you, Saeed, throughout the pandemic is, how are you transforming? What are you doing differently? It's amazing to pick his mind about investments. So I'm going to ask the question to both of you, because I know there's a room full of people that are wondering, have we ever been innovating, transforming at the speed at which we're doing it right now? So what does the future look like for Plug and Play? What does the future look like for Mercedes? Where are you investing? Where are you looking? What's the North Star?
So let me first give you, the audience, a little scorecard of our 2021. We helped 2,500 startups. We call it, we accelerated them. That means they went through one of our programs. I think about 60 of them were here in Stuttgart. But then we invested in 210 of them, and we had 15 new unicorns. Up to 2020, the history of Plug and Play, we had Dropbox, Lending Club, N26. So we only had 15 unicorns. But suddenly in 2021, we had 15 new ones and 5 more in 2022. Just to put things in perspective, the country of Finland has had 5 unicorns, and Spain has had 11 unicorns. So when you say Plug and Play has 35, I think it's pretty cool. And the other interesting aspect is, like N26, we were the first money in, and the value of the company was less than 3 million euro or dollars. So it's really like, this is a Plug and Play passion to find these entrepreneurs. I always tell our startups, you do 99% of the work, but if I can introduce you to Mercedes and they can do a pilot, I promise you that that 1% will change your life. And that is what we do in different industries, mobility, food, packaging, etc. And the latest passion I have is sustainability.
Right.
And we love to do more investments in sustainability and hopefully little bit clean up our world.
Ola, what's your response to that question? What's the North Star as far as the strategy for Mercedes?
Well, if we talk about decarbonization, digitization, making the experience for our customers even better, and ultimately one day eliminate the ecological footprint of our product, the debate is not so much why or if and all that stuff. It's all about execution now. How do we get there? So it's, once you have made up your mind, where does the task end up? Well, it ends up on the desk of the engineers, right? They have to fix this problem. So we have a can-do attitude. We believe it can be done. We have a master plan. We know it's a Herculean task. We know that there are many, many challenges on this route. But what we're asking the room, and this has been our experience also with the work that we have done with Plug and Play, is we know that not every great idea comes from us. There are bright minds around the world. And if you have that technology, that bright idea that can help us deliver on our promise, we're willing to absolutely engage. Over the years, I think we have had kind of all of the above. In many cases, we have done pre-development projects. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. The ones that worked sometimes ended up in serious production. In some cases, these startups have become our suppliers.
Right.
In a select few cases, we have even invested ourselves. We realized that when you have a young, growing company, to put a big, little bit more bureaucratic and slow industry company on top of it is not always the best play. So let them do their thing. But you can be a minority investor if you feel it's a technology that's very important to you. And in some cases, actually, our established suppliers have gone in and said, look at those guys. We need them to be part of our team. So there is all of the above, really, as an outcome.
You know what I like about the culture, little bit I could call it change of culture at Mercedes, is even though they are like an incredible engineering company, nowadays they are willing and to look outside for new innovation and then help to scale it up. You know, mainly because entrepreneurs or startups can build the product, and sometimes like Uber or Airbnb, they can totally disrupt an industry. But really the shorter cut is to collaborate with someone like Mercedes and build something great.
We got 3 minutes, and I got 3 questions. So one-line answers only. You ready? We're going to do this rapid fire. In the booths over here, we have both software and hardware. The future of mobility, is it software or hardware? One-line answer only.
Software.
All right.
One word, both.
Well, I knew you were going to say both. I knew it. I could have called it. I should have put a bet on this. When you're from Sweden originally, you spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley. One-line answer, what is unique about, you can either say Stuttgart or Startup Autobahn, because every startup ecosystem has its value, its difference. What makes this different?
I think the willingness of large OEM to collaborate with the startup.
Next to the innovation spirit, a very deep understanding of the automotive sector. That's what you find in this cluster. Very deep understanding.
All right. What was your first car?
A VW Golf 1.
A VW Golf 1. What was your first car?
Actually, that was my second car. But my first car, I was a bit spoiled. I had the Cadillac Eldorado.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Love that.
Should have gone into the startup business.
Here's a cheeky question for you. I know you are a Tesla owner. Does the EQXX excite you a little bit? Will it transfer you to a Mercedes?
Super exciting car. I asked when I can buy one. They say you can buy something with the same technology, but not exactly the same one. But it's super, super exciting. But I also, for fun, I now have a Mercedes convertible SL. Because it's more fun than Tesla. I have to say that.
Put that on Twitter. Real quickly, because we got 1 minute, and I saw you doing this on stage. Ruben, can you come over here real fast? Have you got a wide angle on that? Gentlemen, come stand over here, and we're going to do this for social media. So everyone, get your big smiles, fix your hair, get rid of the sweat, because I know it's warm in here.
That direction.
We're going to look in this direction at Ruben over there. If anyone else wants to grab this, come on. All right. So, actually, let's do this. On the count of 3, everybody, put your hands up and give a cheer. It'll just make the picture look better. All right? And then when we do a boomerang, you know, this TikTok thing that the children are doing, it'll look good for us too. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, come on! Hey! Did you guys stand? Oh, you got hands up.
I
Nice.
got it.
Let's give it up for Ola and Saeed. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Saeed, thank you very much too. That's okay. You can leave that there. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so moving swiftly forward, we've got 1 or 2 more keynotes for you. Actually, this next person probably flew the farthest to be here. I don't know if she's in the room. Just last week, she was in India celebrating 100 years of Bosch being in India. And the chief minister said something really beautiful about this company. It said, it's not engineering or software, it's culture. And I think that's really beautiful to talk about Bosch and their recent acquisition and work with altatec, their investment in altatec. We have the founder of altatec, Henning, joined by the CDO at Bosch, Tanja. So let's give it up for both of them as they come up on stage. Hello. You come sit over here. Good to have you. Thank you so much. Do you have a mic? You don't have a mic. There you go. Excellent. Have a seat or precariously lean against it. Yes, there's a lot more people when you stand over here, but they're really nice. Yeah, really nice. Okay, so here we go. Tanja, we've got a couple minutes to share a little bit about yet another great success story of an OEM or a large company working with a startup. For those who do not know, this brainchild successfully. We got to make sure that microphone works. But actually, let's do this as a quick test. Can you quickly introduce yourself, make sure your mic is working?
Yes, hello everybody. It's great to be here on stage with you guys, Tanja and Dan. And my name is Henning. I'm the founder of altatec. We're based in Karlsruhe and now part of the Robert Bosch Group.
Fantastic. And Tanja, you flew a long distance for this, so let's just make sure your mic is working too.
So I'm normally also based in Stuttgart, but Tanja Rückert, I'm Chief Digital Officer at Bosch, and we are very happy to work with Henning and his company in several of you.
So the next 9 minutes, I want to talk about past, present, and future of this collaboration. Let's start about the very recent past. An investment acquisition was made hardly a few months ago. Why would Bosch even pay attention to a young, strapping startup like altatec?
Yeah, because it's really an enrichment of our portfolio. It fits very nice technologically, but also cultural. And I think it's important that you have also strategic fit from a customer perspective. Are you guys looking forward to autonomous driving, level 4, where you don't have to do it on your own? I look forward to it, yeah.
You got one person who's really excited about it too, yes.
And what Henning and his company is doing, really providing digital 3D maps, high resolution. And you might now think, oh, I'm in a car, I have a radar sensor, I have another onboard sensor with video. Why do I need a digital map? Absolutely, if you want to ever reach level 4, you cannot only work with the onboard sensors, you really need to understand your surrounding and what is happening there. And that's why it was like a marriage in heaven, but I think we were really happy to find you guys.
And if you walk around the floor here, you'll actually see another Bosch working with Webasto on roof sensor technology. That car in that corner is about that. So you can take a look at what happens when you put 25 sensors on a roof. So let's talk about the present. I'm going to ask you a cheeky question, Tanja. Forgive me for this question. I'm an entrepreneur. I love being small, nimble, agile, making decisions like this, pivoting. Why would you work with a big company like Bosch? What does that even feel like? Where have you had to Where do you have to compromise, and what's also been exciting for you?
Yeah, for us it's very exciting now to work with our new friends and colleagues at Bosch more closely than we did in the past. But having said that, it's not like we only got to know them by the acquisition, but we already had the chance to work with different departments within Bosch, also as part of Startup Autobahn, and some other touch points we have had in the past, which means we had the chance to get to know the team, we had the chance to get to know the strategy to some extent, and like you said, and I'm very happy that you did mention this here, we also felt a very high degree of cultural fit. The way problems are discussed, the way things are laid out, the way people work together, and we just felt very much at home very soon, and then it naturally led to an acquisition, and now we're part of Bosch.
I know we're in Germany, so you'll only answer the nice part of that question, but there was a second part. I said, what has been difficult about this? So you have to answer that. What makes it challenging for a startup to work? Because we have a lot of startups here that are eager to work for big companies, so it could be, take it positively. What's a learning aspect to this?
Yeah, being a small company, we really could make all these decisions by ourselves. We were a very small team, and we could really rapidly adapt to whatever we wanted to do in a very short amount of time. And this is more difficult now, let's put it this way, right? There are many, many more stakeholders now within the Bosch Group with which we need to collaborate and with which we need to make sure we are in alignment with, and that does eat up time in some places, and so we're not that fast anymore.
So Tanja, I'm going to let you respond to that, but more importantly, now, because I also love working with large companies, I know that there's great strength in having resources, processes, systems, scalability. You've got a global footprint. Talk to us a little bit about what you bring to the equation here as a large company.
Yeah, maybe let me first respond, because I think for us as large company, it's very healthy to get disrupted from time to time with a startup, and helps us to get faster and leaner. And therefore, I think we really want to have best of both worlds. Mm-hmm. And at Bosch, there's also a change. I think several years ago, it was always, it needs to be invented by me. Right now, it's really more invented together, and there's an openness But the success criteria is if the partnership is a win-win. And there needs to be something in for the startup, and there needs to be something in for the large company. And you asked before, startups sometimes have challenge with scale. So what happens if now 100,000 millions customers are coming, or cars? And there, I think a large company with the resources, with the power of industrialization and the knowledge can help a little bit.
Can you guys share a little bit about the role of startup Autobahn in your collaboration partnership?
Yeah, maybe I start, and we cannot say that we are 11 years part of it, but the number 11 comes back when I continue in my answer. So Bosch is 2.5 years with startup Autobahn, and we connected at several stations, but also here, and it was kind of the root or the foundation. But overall, Bosch is right now successfully working with 11 startups out of startup Autobahn, and therefore it really inspires us in many areas of our business.
Fantastic. I want to talk about the future before I let you guys go. And I know, Henning, you're going to come back later and share a little bit more about altatec. But what's next for your partnership and individually as well? Do you want to take it first, Henning?
Yeah, for us it's quite clear, and it's exactly like you said before, right? Being a small company, we were fearless and to some extent maybe clueless in some areas, right? Building some high-tech technology in the team. But then putting that at a much larger scale is quite hard, right? And with large corporations, there is the experience and the knowledge of how to actually do that and go from a small area, small scale, to much larger areas and larger scales. And that's basically also what's kind of ahead of us, to take our technologies that we have, continue working on this, and just putting it on a whole next level. And within Bosch, I think we have all the opportunities to do so.
And it absolutely fits to our strategic plan, because we want to offer actuators and sensors, so also hardware elements, to software and maps, where we say we want to have the complete package from a single source to really reach the autonomous driving level 4. And this is what we want to achieve, and there I think we had a great addition. And we want to provide what I said before. We want to help industrialize. We want to help scale it. And this is what we will do, and it will not take too long because you guys are so fast and innovative. So I think it goes faster to level 4 than we assume.
Excellent. And one of the beautiful things about Startup Autobahn is people are accessible and they're literally right here. Tanja is here along with the Bosch team, so make sure that you grab them. If you think that you have a technology that might be of interest to them, make sure you talk to them. I also mentioned at 4:45 on this stage, Henning's going to come back. And so you can also, if you are an OEM or you think, oh, this kind of technology could be interesting, come talk to him as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm thank you from Startup Autobahn. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So with that, before we split into multiple stages, we've got one more keynote. I'm delighted always when we have multiple female board members, senior women in leadership here in mobility, and we got not one but two over here. This next resume requires reading. For others, I can tell stories, but she's amazing, and I have to read out some of her Wikipedia stuff over here. So she's a member of the G7 Impact Task Force. She's a member of the Council for Sustainable Development of the federal government. She's a visiting fellow at the University of Oxford. 100 Most Influential Women by Manager Magazine, Female Manager of the Year, Sustainability Leader Award. The list goes on and on and on. We're so delighted to have the board member at BASF. Please welcome onto our Startup Autobahn stage, Saeed. Thank you for being here. Right over there.
Thank you so much, and I'm really humbled, but quite frankly, I'm the first time here, and I have to congratulate the organizers. When I arrived, I thought I'm in Stuttgart. I was so wrong. I'm in Stuttgart, Silicon Valley. So congratulations to this wonderful event, and I learned already a lot. What I brought you today is a view into the future, and I think you're all future-oriented. And we believe that the future needs a better design, just as we saw with the EQQX, which is a wonderful example for what I will talk about in a minute. Now, I think I need the help, again, of the team, because it's the clicker. Thanks. So why are we at the beginning of a bigger shift? Quite frankly, over the last couple of months, not our industry alone, the whole industries have been facing quite a lot of tectonic shifts. Not only that we see challenges in terms of gas availability here in Europe due to the Ukraine war, there was a lot of disruption going on with COVID. That's why we are lucky that we are back now here on a joint kind of session with so many people, but it changed. It changed availability of products, of markets, of flow of materials. And last but not least, the climate change related topic where you saw solutions today is a fundamental shift for everyone, and it will remain. And this is why when you ask me, what are we really talking about here and what should startups maybe help us to think more deeply about is, it's about this shift in the next slide. What we face, and this is why we are in an unprecedented time of change, is a tectonic shift in two ways. Number one, we are starting now at the end of the curve of globalization where companies went out to grow by volume, market share in things. And what you heard from Ola, he just talked about efficiency. But what we are really now entering is a completely fundamental new economy. And this economy is a new S-curve of innovation where it's all about smart resource usage on all levels. Why is this interesting? There's a German designer, Dieter Rams, in the 70s who already thought about this. I was pretty impressed because there's a quote from him. He was very visionary. He designed the 10 laws of good design, the 10 laws that inspired Apple for their products because Johnny Ive was inspired by these 10 laws of Dieter Rams. He's a guru on design, and he said in the 70s, the time of thoughtless design for thoughtless consumption and thoughtless production is over. We cannot afford to be thoughtless anymore. I thought this was pretty impressive because it was in the 70s and he was actually designing products out of materials where he was wondering, oh, am I part of the problem as well? So this resource age is fundamentally different because it's a shift towards a new age. And Europe is currently working on this as the United States, as Asia and China and Japan and many other countries. And let me just give you the example of Europe. I know we in Europe sometimes are a bit critical on Green Deal, on the European Union, but quite frankly, I want to encourage you because for the first time, Europe has a strategy. The strategy that Mrs. von der Leyen talked about is, she said, the Green Deal is Europe's man to the moon moment. Why is it that this is an interesting strategy? I believe that a good strategy is not about looking just at trends and what is changing, because if you do, you have a constantly shifting strategy. But what is really smart about this, I believe, is if you have a strategy that concentrates on something that will be relevant in 20 years from now. And I can tell you one thing, climate change is not going away. It's getting more challenging. So every single bit, every single millimeter of advantage of solutions that we jointly create, the collaborators between companies, startups, and so on, is true competitive edge in 20 years from now. That's why I like that strategy, given all the risks that are coming with it, I know. And that this creates innovation for all of us, I brought with me. If you go at the next chart, when we looked at BASF in these Green Deal options, please go to the next chart. We found out of the very, very cumbersome regulations that are coming, more than 150 new innovation markets will be created. We are a material producer, but this is inspiring us to think far and beyond into materials for the resource-efficient age. So what you see here is just one industry on the sustainable transportation field from a materials perspective. You can multiply this for the farming industry, 140 billion potential for different, circular economy applications, sustainable energy systems, housing systems, insulation materials. So we are at the beginning, and this is what I would like to invite you to think about together with all of us, a new age of innovation fields with an average growth rate between 2 up to 35%. So this is the paradigm shift number one, and this is why Startup Autobahn is exactly at the right point in the right time. But there's one more fundamental change, and I don't know how aware everyone is. and that's the financial industry. If we go to the next slide. What we saw over the last 3 to 5 years, if you go to the next file, please. So capital markets are also changing, and this is unprecedented. The number of ESG, sustainability-related funds, have increased multifold over the last 2 to 3 years. We are talking $2.7 trillion globally going into sustainable solutions. Why is that? Because over the last years, the number of climate-related challenges and impacts have gone up to 311 billion of fundamental environmental damage, meaning this has doubled since the last 5 years, and this is quite significant. So investors, insurance companies are no longer willing to sustain the classical products that might have an impact on environment, and this will increase. And also globally, we have 240 billion of sites and productions that are not Paris climate conform. This means we have to rethink the whole capital market model as we speak, because the key question is, how do you measure? Today, it's all about return. But the future is really about measuring social value and environmental value. Now, just a question to you. Do you know who invented our today's system, the T accounts? Probably not. If we go to the next slide, I will tell you who it is. Next slide. This is the guy, Luca Pacioli, Italian monk and mathematician from the 15th century, friend of Leonardo da Vinci, super interesting guy. He was the one developing the balance sheet we have today. Now, can I question you? Is it good enough to run today's capital market on a model from 1500 where climate change and digitalization was not even existing? Did we think through what this means in terms of capital allocation if the humans are just a cost factor in the balance sheet and if nature has no value whatsoever? So what is the capital market actually optimizing for? And for whom? If humans and nature are not value drivers. And this fundamental question kept us at BASF awake at night 10 years ago, and that's why we started thinking about measuring impact on all dimensions, the 3 dimensions. And we are not alone. If you go to the next slide, there's one guy who is a friend of us. It's Sir Ronald Cohen from the United States. He's actually UK-based. He was one of the key godfathers of venture capital in the UK, and he kind of says he has a déjà vu. Like Startup Autobahn is looking into startups, he said in the 70s, we saw exactly the same phenomenon. We had first schools like Chicago School of University thinking about measurement of risk. This was, by the way, Saeed, the beginning of the venture capital industry, because for the first time it was not only risk, not only return, but also risk that was possible to be measured. And he says, when technology like digital companies at that time in the 90s, Amazon, Google, Facebook, met risk measurement, a whole new industry started. And he says, right now we are at the same time. We have totally new technologies on sustainability, plus we have an international debate how to measure impact in the space of environment and social dimension. My last slide, if you go to the next one. So he is now leading at the moment a task force on a global scale where the EU Commission, the United States, the World Bank, and all the big players on the standard setters are having a dialogue. And let me tell you, after Luca Pacioli, 500 years from now, this is unprecedented. It is an effort to come more and more to standards, because Europe has moved ahead with its own system. Very cumbersome, we know, the taxonomy. I will not go into that today, but I want to encourage you. You have ideas as startups. We need technologies. There's not only innovation that will come up, multifold, there's also capital that will come up, because the whole financial industry is looking for opportunities. And noting at that end the last chart of mine is, and thanks for listening to me. Last chart, please. I think the future needs a better design. We are at the beginning of something big, and business success tomorrow no longer means just creating value for financial terms, but also, as the EQX example nicely showed, it's about environmental impact and societal impact. And with that, thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you. I'll take all of that. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. All right, this is amazing. Come on, don't be shy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably the moment that I get even more excited because we go from some inspiring keynotes, high level of what is happening in our ecosystem, to deep dive on startups, pilot programs, and so much more. Like I said, we actually got 3 stages. Johannes, you're right across over there. What is happening on your stage?
Yeah, please join me all on stage 2. We will talk about the future of advanced production, advanced manufacturing, enterprise software, and many more topics relevant to this audience. So hop up over there. We'll be starting sharp in 10 minutes.
And you've got a gorgeous car in front of your stage. What's happening on the outdoor stage?
Anything other than that, really. We look at art with you, actually. We'll be looking at travel. We'll be looking at space tech. We'll hand over to our colleagues from Korea, from Turkey. So all covered on the outside stage. And it's much cooler over there. So we hope we see you over there.
They have air conditioning outside. It worked out really well. So you guys have a lot of options right now. You've got the amazing booths, we've got the innovation walks, we even got some special container town tours, we got some beautiful cars to take pictures of. So you can see the agenda over here. Can we get the QR code that you can scan over there? So if you get your phone out and you scan that code, it will tell you what's happening live at any moment. For the next about 4 hours, I think we come back here at 5:30. Yeah, so for the next about 4 hours, you are free to explore, network, meet people. You got your headphones, so either you come and sit down in a chair, or honestly, you can walk around with your headphone and tune in. This is channel 1, channel 2, and channel 3. So you don't have to stop talking to someone. You can have one ear headphone, listen to what's happening on the stage, and the other ear talk to somebody over there. Plus, share everything on social media. Please use hashtag #StartupAutobahn. There's 1,000 of you in the room. And there's probably at least 10 million people that wish they were here. So spread the word about what you're learning and exploring. And with that, please get your stages. And for us over here, make a decision. Are you staying? Are you going? Your choice. We'll resume this stage in about 2 minutes. Meanwhile, some of the faces of Startup Autobahn. Woo! All right.
Energy efficiency.
Vision, AI.
Mobile inspection.
Sound imaging.
XR.
Big data.
Safety.
And information retrieval.
Electric vehicle charging.
Confidential computing.
Frontline excellence.
Gaming.
Industrial AI.
Oslo, Norway. London, United Kingdom.
Seoul, Republic of Korea.
Munich, Germany.
Tel Aviv in Israel.
Stuttgart, Germany.
And charge.
Airways.
Bodmin 17.
Japan.
Edgeless systems.
Hypermile.
Identify.
Make a side.
7-Bell.
Think.
Swipe guide. Traku.
Ventus.
Way ahead technologies.
Wheeling.
Check. All right, so welcome to stage one. This is the mobility and sustainability stage. Feel free to come and sit here in the front if you'd like. You don't have to sit so far away. So please come over here. Come on. Yeah, VIP seating. VIP seating. Is my mic still on? Can you still hear me? Testing. 1, 2. Check. Can you guys can kind of hear me? All right. Whoop. Okay, I think we're back again. Matthias, can you also put the sound in the monitors? Because there is nothing coming in the monitors. So I never know if I'm on or off. Just pump it up in the monitors more, please. Excellent. Okay, welcome to the mobility and sustainability stage. We have quite a bit happening over here. I know it's a noisy space. It's meant to be noisy. So if you want, get the headphones. It'll help a little bit, because then it goes straight from my mic into the headphone. But we want people to talk and network. It's not one of those conferences where we want people to shut up and sit. We do want you to talk and connect. So feel free to talk as much as you want and explore. Or come right up close, and you might be able to hear a little bit better. On the stage, we're going to kick things off on the topic of sustainability, specifically about hydrogen. So if that is of interest to you and how that can be part of what we can do to fight against climate change, this is the right panel to be part of. We're going to have multiple pitch talks, expert talks, and panel conversations. So, first of all, Theodora, can you come join me? Can we give it up for our wonderful moderator for the panel, Theodora?
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you.
Fantastic. It's good to have you here. You are the Senior Venture Associate at Plug and Play. What does that mean?
That means that I deal with a lot of startups every day. I scout startups and keep my finger on the pulse on everything that has to do with mobility, sustainability, and production innovation.
And you've got 3 people joining you right now.
That's right.
Excellent. So I'm going to leave the stage to you. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. So for the next session, the green tech opportunity in hydrogen, I would like to invite on stage Ronald Grassman at Hyundai, Dr. Thomas Douglas at BP, Dr. Simon Scheffer at Linde. Thank you so much. So even though hydrogen has been initially proposed as a clean energy source decades ago, today it really holds the promise of helping us fight against climate change and global warming and helping us reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So I would like to invite you all to join the conversation with Ronald Grassman, who is Vice President of Global Fuel Cell Business Development at Hyundai. Ronald cooperates with international organizations that share the same vision of the hydrogen society, and he helps create new markets for the Hyundai 2 fuel cell system, both in the automotive and non-automotive domain. Thank you so much for joining us. Then we have Dr. Thomas Douglas, Low Carbon and Future Fuels Manager at BP. Thomas works in the Innovation and Engineering Technical Organization within BP, and he leads the technical team that is focused on the use of hydrogen in mobility. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we have Dr. Simon Scheffer, R&D Engineer, Hydrogen Fueling Technologies at Linde. He has been focusing for the past 10 years on the development of new hydrogen fueling technologies. His special focus is on hydrogen systems which use cryogenic liquid hydrogen. I would like to start our conversation with a first question. What would be the use cases of hydrogen that are most strategic, most competitive, most efficient for us and for companies like Hyundai, BP, and Linde to follow in the next few years? Where does hydrogen hold this competitive edge? What kind of applications should we all focus on in the next few years?
Okay, so I'm happy to start. So I think for us, clearly, the use of hydrogen should be in hard-to-abate sectors. So these are sectors that are inherently difficult to electrify. So from an industrial perspective, that's things like ammonia production, use of hydrogen in refining, but also other high-temperature industrial processes. But from a BP perspective, we also see real opportunity in transport, which is obviously highly relevant to this conference. And that's right across the sector. So from aviation in terms of the production of aviation fuels, so sustainable aviation fuels. In marine, it could be used as a fuel directly or as ammonia on board ships. But also in the heavy-duty on-road sector, as BP, we see real opportunity for hydrogen in that sector. So some of our internal planning suggests it could be up to 50% by 2050 in the UK used as hydrogen, and those are the trucks that are traveling the furthest, carrying the heaviest payloads, and therefore using quite a lot of energy.
Well, I'm coming from the mobility side, so I think honestly, of course, there's many applications outside of mobility. I'm not the expert on those, but looking at mobility, everywhere where you need green power, hydrogen and fuel cells can play a major role. And if you look at our future energy system and how times are shifting and how we are going towards an all-renewable world, where we will need to store plenty of renewable energy, it's obvious that that will be based on hydrogen at one point. So I think we cannot really say there's one specific use case that's more suitable or more competitive. It's basically everywhere where green power is needed.
Yeah, and as said, hydrogen can be used in many applications, but we focus today on hydrogen as a fuel. And so here I really see mainly the long-haul distribution and long-haul transport where we can support with hydrogen, and especially also in liquid form.
Absolutely. And when thinking about mobility, of course, fuel cells are extremely important, and the efficiency of fuel cells is extremely important. So looking at you, Ronald, how much progress have we made lately when it comes to improving this energy efficiency of fuel cells? Of course, we're scaling renewables, we're thinking about other materials other than platinum, for instance, that we could use to manufacture them. But where are we now? What's the latest on fuel cells in terms of what Hyundai is thinking about and what you have developed already?
So if we look at the fuel cell system as the central component of a fuel cell vehicle, drivetrain, or a stationary application, the efficiency is between 60 and 65%. So this is compared to directly using electricity and storing them in batteries and then putting them in an electric motor, still low. But we don't always have that comfort that we have the possibility to store large amounts of energy in batteries. So therefore, we are on a very high efficiency rate compared to internal combustion engines. So it definitely makes sense to utilize that expensively gained green hydrogen not in a combustion engine, but in a fuel cell. So the main challenges don't lie so much in the technology side, but it's more in the production technology. So if you look at fuel cells, we are mass producing fuel cell systems, but this is compared to internal combustion engines, still on a very low range. So when we scale up this production, there's standard automotive technologies. We're talking about control units, wiring harnesses, hoses, pumps. So this is standard automotive technology, but we just need to make the switch to real large-scale production.
So green hydrogen is extremely important. So the production of hydrogen is something that we still need to work on in the next few years in order also to make mobility applications more viable and more widely spread.
So we are a user of the hydrogen, but you're totally right. The fuel cell is one part of the equation, but I think producing green hydrogen, that's probably where my two colleagues can give more details. This is the key factor.
Yeah, happy to build on that. So production of green hydrogen is absolutely essential, and BP has announced major projects globally in that space now, so both in Europe, but also further afield. So if you look at Australia, we recently announced a 26 gigawatt project, which is from 26 gigawatt renewable power, and that's going to be about 16 gigawatts of green hydrogen electrolysis. So huge projects, but that's what the world's really going to need to produce enough hydrogen to start having a material impact on decarbonization.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the user experience, to the heavy-duty truck drivers, what do you think is most important for them when it comes to refueling with hydrogen? What are they looking for? What's something that's on their mind?
So from a BP perspective, we see the future is going to be a mixture of both BEV and hydrogen trucks. heavy-duty trucks in the market, but as I said, it's the hydrogen trucks that are going to be more suited to the longer routes and heavier payloads, and high utilization. That's where they're favoured. But to really unlock those benefits from a refueling perspective, we need to be able to refuel those vehicles quickly, and those vehicles then need to have that high range. So people are quite used today to using diesel, which inherently has fantastic properties when it comes to refueling vehicles. You can add about 500 kilometers of range to a truck in a minute with a diesel nozzle, so it's a huge amount of energy you can transfer. Whereas hydrogen, you really have to push that to these high emerging standards, so we can then, if we could get to 10 kilos of hydrogen per minute going onto vehicles, then that would allow you to then have 100 kilometers of range added per minute, which still gives you a lot of benefit over battery electric vehicles, where even megawatt charging, you're looking at more like 15 kilometers per minute of range added to vehicles. So, we see that fast refueling experience is going to be critical to our customers to really help unlock the benefits of hydrogen.
Yeah, that's exactly what Linde Hydrogen Fuel Tech is trying to offer and trying to achieve, that we have fueling stations for hydrogen, which offers a really good and speedy fueling experience for heavy-duty customers. And yeah, that's one of our products we are offering.
Absolutely, and the infrastructure is very important and something that we've been looking at for a few years already. It's the chicken and egg problem. The reason why we don't have enough hydrogen-powered heavy-duty trucks on the road is because there's a lack in a dedicated infrastructure. So Linde has been working on this, and you've been working on these kind of technologies. What do you think is most important when it comes to transporting hydrogen in liquid form? We've seen also a few startups emerging in the space with new types of technologies. Have you cooperated with any startups, or are you building in-house this kind of new liquid form transportation means for hydrogen?
Yeah, so that's there's many topics to that. So we have achieved a lot over the years. So Linde has built more than 200 fueling stations worldwide. But if you compare it to the number of fueling stations around there, it's by far not enough. So also other companies are building fueling stations. So it's a good beginning, and the technology readiness level is quite high. What is missing is now that we have on the customer side and on the landscape enough opportunities to build hydrogen fueling stations and also to have more vehicles on the ground, passenger vehicles, but also long-haul vehicles. And that's what is missing. And when it comes to cooperation, there are a lot of cooperations with large companies, also with political players. And of course, on the plant side, we are relying on sub-suppliers, and therefore we need collaboration. And I think that's true also for my speakers here.
And I believe Hyundai is also working actively on establishing the infrastructure. I know you're working with a startup, Hydrogenius, LOHC Technologies. They're based in Germany, and you're working on kind of building this not only in Europe, in Germany, but I think mostly in Korea.
Yeah, you're right. So we have actively invested in Hydrogenius, and unfortunately, I think we were supposed to have a speaker today, but he's not here at the moment. But nevertheless, I think it's very important to keep the options open. There's at the moment we know that hydrogen is offering a better energy density if you put it into a tank than if you utilize a battery, but it's still a lot less than if you have energy in a liquid form, like in a gasoline or diesel. So therefore, we need to get better technologies. Now, LOHC is one example how you can store hydrogen in an organic carrier liquid, which does not have any negative or hazardous properties. However, this is not the only technology. Liquid storage is very important for the heavy-duty trucking world. I believe the gaseous refueling that we're seeing at the moment for hydrogen vehicles, that will stay around many, many years because it's very good for smaller vehicles and passenger cars. So I think the main topic, and this leads back to the topic of cooperation, is to remain open, not to easily fall in that pitfall to say, this is the technology, now we're developing this technology and that's it. I think that would be very bad. And this is where these startups, innovative startups, can have a very good impact.
Absolutely. And in the hydrogen space, I think last year alone, startups raised a lot of money. I think around 500 million in funding, which is like a 6 times increase compared to last year. So they're gaining momentum. So technologies for fuel cells, technologies for storing hydrogen, for transporting hydrogen, they're becoming more and more real. And we see a lot of innovation coming out there from external young tech companies. So I know Hyundai is working and investing and having partnerships with quite a few startups in Europe. BP, I suppose, is also open to collaborating with startups. And how do you maybe integrate all these external innovations within your own internal R&D departments and the work that you do?
Yeah, so we absolutely see innovation is going to be critical, particularly in the hydrogen space. So if you look at hydrogen, there's still a lot of problems to be solved right across the value chain, from production, distribution, the retail sites and vehicle technology. And I think a really vibrant community of startup companies has potential to really help move that forward at pace, and absolutely BP's interested in directly engaging with that. So we do that through our technology organization. So in my role, we engage with technical companies and have look for opportunities to collaborate. But we also have our ventures organization, which directly invests in a whole range of companies right across spaces directly related to BP and also adjacent to that. So yeah, lots of interest in that area.
And what about when it comes to Linde? How open are you to collaborating, to talking to startups? Is that something that is part of your culture internally, or?
Yeah, for sure, we are very open, and we have done in the past a lot of times, and we integrate always interesting companies, either by buying things from them or by really investing in them. So actually, I'm not alone here today. So IT scouting colleagues of myself are today also here to meet up with people. And yeah, so I think if you want to be successful, you also need fresh partners, and that's what we do. Yeah.
And then moving on from startups to bigger companies or to established players, to governments even, what do you think is most important for Hyundai, for BP, for Linde to do next in order to encourage even more this vision for a hydrogen society? Potentially you already have established collaborations with many players out there, with governments, but what is missing? So what would you like to see more of in the future?
I think all in all, managing the transition to net zero means that you have to cooperate on all levels, basically, from smallest companies all the way up to governments. And I think we're progressing in that field quite well. So there is the International Hydrogen Council. And in the Hydrogen Council, most of the players are organized from industry and government. And there's a common consensus that hydrogen will be the backbone of our energy system. So if you look at the companies represented there, it's like the who is who of the international companies. And it's not localized countries only, it's around the globe. So I think that part is quite well taken care of. I think the one topic that needs tremendous improvement is the standardization, the regulation, creating an environment makes it easy for companies to invest into hydrogen and hydrogen technologies around the globe. So this is a big topic.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think standardization, regulation are key gaps. You look in the hydrogen space today, there's still a lot of different competing technologies, and some of the technologies we need, particularly in the truck space, haven't yet been fully standardized, and there's that really would provide opportunities to allow the market to scale. But having said that, I think strategic partnerships more broadly, I think provide fantastic opportunities for companies like BP to accelerate what we're doing. When we announced recently an MOU with Daimler in the UK, where we're trying to have 25 sites by 2030 and working closely with them to try and accelerate the delivery of that. But I think, yeah, the standardization, safety, and then working with other major partners to drive the right regulatory environment are key factors.
Yeah, same on the Linde side. So standardization is key, I guess. If you wait too long with standardization, companies go in different directions with their development. That's sometimes good, sometimes not so good. But at a certain stage, you have to agree at certain interfaces how they look like. But on the same hand, same side, you have to be careful not to fall into a pitfall to say too early, this is the technology and that's it. So it's a fine line, but we need standardization and an agreement not only in Europe, but also on the worldwide scale.
If I may add one thing, so apart from the organizational level and government level, I think we all need to get better on the element of communication. Yeah. So for most people, hydrogen is something quite metaphysical. Yeah, it's like a vision that never becomes real. But the fact is, the hydrogen revolution is happening right now. And most people, if you ask around, they only know tiny little bits of information about it. And there's a lot of fear about hydrogen. But it's a fuel that can be perfectly safely handled, actually a lot safer than probably what we have today. But we're lacking, or we have been lacking on the ability to communicate to the broader public.
Absolutely. I think when it comes to hydrogen, there's a specific set of experts that do know each other and they talk about it and they understand perfectly. But when it comes to educating maybe the others or to helping them understand the benefits of hydrogen, there's still much that we can do over there. Maybe one final question, looking at the time. We are facing today several geopolitical crises with the war in Ukraine and Russia. How has this event affected people's perception of hydrogen or people's openness to look at hydrogen more closely? Have you seen anything changing in the past few months? Have you seen more interest allocated to this source of energy?
So, yeah, I think it made up the mind of many people that they have to look for other sources of renewable fuels, and that we don't have so much time left as we probably might have thought. So we have to get quicker. And from my personal perception, I really see that the movement has accelerated into the direction of hydrogen.
Yes, so however horrible these events are, it is accelerating this necessary transition tremendously. So I think it's really, in a way, in this sector, it has one benefit in this that we're realizing that we have to get independent from such energies that's coming from countries that are truly not basically living up to our understanding of human society.
Yeah, from the BP side, we're fully committed to our transition from an international oil company to an integrated energy company with a big portfolio of renewable power. And I think volatility in the market shows that this is the right path.
Absolutely. Now, thank you very much for joining me on the panel today. I hope you enjoyed it. Please feel free to approach Ronald, Thomas, or Simon later on if you have more questions about how together we could work to enable hydrogen to become a real source of energy for us and a real commercial source for us in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for us to continue with today's agenda for the mobility stage. It's time to get inspired, to hear some tech talks actually from three amazing companies that are working on making the EV experience better for all of us. We start off with the CEO and co-founder, Dr. Kai-Philipp Caires. He's the CEO and co-founder at the Cure Battery Technologies. The startup is working on improving the safety, reliability, and longevity of battery systems.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Wow, these lights are bright. Yeah, happy to be here and to present Cure. We're a data platform for battery data. And originally, I wanted to speak about battery performance. But actually, something interesting happened in the last few weeks, months. And so we kind of switched the topic to safety because everyone's always interested in safety. Now we have a public event that I can speak about. And so we're going to focus a little bit more on hot topics today. And that is, as you see, battery safety. So just a few months back in Paris, in downtown Paris, an electric bus burned down, in mid of operation. And the reaction to that was, oh, that's an outlier. It's not going to happen again. Until 2 weeks later, the next bus burned down in downtown Paris, which obviously is not a good, sign of technology readiness, of making people, safe about e-mobility. The same thing actually happened 4 weeks later in London. Different operator, different battery, different bus, but again, a huge fire. And we really need batteries to be successful, to manage the energy and mobility transition. And so there's about 3 things that we can do generally to improve battery safety. It's improved production quality, it's better battery systems, and it's data analytics. And today I'd like to speak about the third part, because that's what we do at Acure. It's not the only thing that you can do to improve battery safety, but it's surprisingly effective. Okay, so just a very quick overview of what's data analytics, what data are we speaking about. Every battery generates data, right? It has a battery management system called the BMS, and it continuously monitors voltage, current, and temperature. These data points, they're already there in every single battery on this planet. The only thing that we add is a cloud data lake, basically, where we collect all these data, make it accessible for analysis. So right now, we're managing about 500,000 battery packs around the world. That adds up to about 1.5 gigawatt hours in e-mobility with OEMs, with micromobility, ships, stationary battery systems. And so the examples that I'll show now, they're all from the reality, with customers. And so, as mentioned, there's this unique opportunity to speak about a safety incident because it was so public that our customer actually said, okay, let's talk about it openly, that we fixed it, because, that was a problem. And what happened is in March of this year, within 2 weeks, 3 home batteries, like a solar installation on your roof and a battery in the basement, 3 of those batteries exploded within 2 weeks. And the company is called Senec. They're a daughter of EnBW, the big utility here from Stuttgart. And so this was a problem because they have 65,000 installations across Europe. And if 3 blow up in 2 weeks, is there a 4th one coming? So they basically shut down 65,000 units. And then they brought us in and said, hey, Acure, you do safety analytics. Can you support us? Like, what's going on? And what happened is we were able, based on the historic data that they had already generated, show that all 3 explosions could have been prevented by data analytics. Up to 3 weeks ahead of the incident, our algorithms showed, everything red. And in the shortest term, it was still 6 days before the explosion. So it works, right? And by showing them that now, they're able to prevent such incidents by using software, they could switch on their 65,000 units again. They've been running safely ever since. So this is, a nice success story. Very briefly, how does it work? I have like 50 seconds left, so I'm going to rush through it. A battery is made up, of electrochemical processes that are very, very non-linear. But if you have good physical models, if you have lots of data, you're able to dig into the deeper states of the battery. And for example, here you can see an open circuit voltage curve. It's something you usually get from lab tests. We can build it only from operational data. And by tracking how it changes and shifts over time, we can basically dissect, hey, this battery is gassing, and gassing is not good. Shut it down. And things like this. So if we basically put that into a linear chart, you can see, oh, something's moving from green to yellow to red. This is not good. Please stop. We have 2 insurance groups that are already backing our products. They will not insure big battery projects anymore without advanced battery analytics, which I think is pretty smart. And yeah, we're rolling out with big OEMs. We have a booth over there. If it's interesting, come by. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Thank you very much, Kai. It's now time to introduce on stage and charge. I would like to welcome Simon Vogt on the stage. He's the CSO and co-founder of the company, and he will tell us more about why accurate point of interest data around charging stations are crucial for a great e-mobility experience. Welcome, Simon.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yeah, now it's working. Great. What an audience. Thrilling event. Great to be here. Hi, everyone. I'm Simon. I'm one of the founders of EndCharge. And in the next 5 minutes, I'm focusing on EV charging and user engagement. So this is what it will be about. And let's jump into the topic for today. So we are EndCharge. And the exciting thing about EndCharge is that we have a user-facing, a customer-facing app, a B2C app for the EV driver that generates tons and lots of data points around charging stations. And those data points, it's all about EV charging stations, will then be transferred into value-added services for partners in the charging ecosystem, such as OEMs or navigation service providers. Our secret sauce, and this is something that we are very proud of and very addicted to, is user engagement and gamification. How does our platform work? And how do we engage those users, the EV drivers on site at the station? So basically, we have established the first sustainable loyalty scheme in Europe. And that means that EV drivers collect bonus points, reward points, we call them EndCharge kilometers, for their activities. And that means if they provide data around charging stations, if they correct data around charging stations, or simply just take a picture of a charging station, so increase the data quality, they collect bonus points, which then can be redeemed for free public charging at the end of the day. And that means the EV drivers, they can decrease the total cost of ownerships and they can charge and drive cheaper. So, yeah, and POI data, this was something I mentioned in the beginning. What is now the issue? What is now the problem if it comes to charging station data? And I love this analogy in here because all of you are quite familiar with refueling. Refueling is easy, refueling is learned, it's no mental work, it's hassle-free, and it simply works all the same all over the world, right? So you don't need to have proper or additional information about gas stations. But let's have a look on this one. Maybe I'm stepping back a bit. I'm asking you, where is the charging station located on this street? I'll give you a second. Maybe another one. And this is it. And this is the current situation, right? So e-mobility is really becoming now relevant for the broad masses. And we need to deal with it. I'm running in the city center on Saturdays. I need to recharge. Where is the charging station? So you need to get proper information on charging station in your in-car navigation system and in your charging apps. And let me show you now the status quo. And this is something that happened to me a couple of months ago when I was charging my electric vehicle. And this is just basically a couple of examples. You can put another 10 of those on this slide in here. And you see, on the one hand side, information are missing. So we have a lack of information. And on the other hand side, you see that information are wrong, right? As you can see in here, wrong payment methods, the opening hours are not correct. And the challenge is that those data are also distributed to in-car navigation systems. So this means if you are driving with your EV and like to charge easily, having a good day, you're facing the same challenges. This is the situation where we're currently at. Now the question is gamification and charge user engagement. How can we help? Can we improve something? The answer would be yes. and this is exactly the idea. We are closely engaged with our users, with the EV drivers. This is our crowd. This is the Encharge crowd. They are on site at the charging station, and they got engaged by our reward mechanism to provide the proper data we need for a seamless and a hassle-free EV experience. We collect this data on our platform. We have a couple of machine learnings on that, and then we transfer those data to the players in the charging ecosystem and to all relevant players that make use of those data, like OEMs or navigation system providers. And maybe I can somehow solve the mystery from the beginning. So where the charging station was from the previous slide, what I made in here is that the starting station is located in a parking garage, basically. So this was the challenge I faced a couple of weeks ago. I could not find the charging station when I was charging, since it was located in a parking garage. And having a focus on this information we can provide is having the proper picture, having the proper data, and having really a good experience. So thank you for this one. Running out of time. If you want to learn more, there's our booth on the left side. Let's jump into a discussion. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Simon. Now it's time to turn our attention to the wonderful Vision EQXX model car that we have over there, and more specifically to the startup Ventus, who has contributed it to the car. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Raphael Abel, who is an MD and co-founder at Ventus.
Hello everybody, my name is Raphael, and today I want to show you why it is important to make wind forecasts, in particular for range prediction systems and for trip planning. So, well, when we go at higher speeds, air resistance becomes basically the major component of the energy that you need to put into the car to drive fast. But there are actually two components to it. One is you driving your car, so your own velocity, but the other one is wind. So I want to demonstrate that on a short example. So why is wind important? Consider just yesterday you drove here from Berlin to Stuttgart, and you did that with your electric vehicle, and your vehicle planned a charging stop for you. But what actually happens if you have strong headwinds along your route? What can actually happen is that you're missing your planned charging stop and you have an unplanned charging stop before because your battery is empty. Well, and a pretty similar question we did in a pilot project with Mercedes, because the Mercedes-Benz Vision EQXX team asked us, well, we have that long trip and we really want to make it. Can you tell us about the wind? Does it really matter? And we did an historical analysis and over the last 30 years. And what came out is, well, in the best case, they have tailwinds, and that results in the order of 2% less energy they need. And in the worst case, they need 6% more energy. But consider, as you can see, actually, the EQXX is a very low-profile car, so the wind resistance is very little. And what really matters for all of us is a real-world example, a typical battery electric vehicle. And well, we went out in another pilot project with Manfred, made some test drives, and we found out on one day we had a trip where we used 25% more energy because of the wind, which is 5.5 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. And that's huge, that's huge. But on the same day, we also had a nice tailwinds on the order of 1.5, which resulted in 1.5 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers. So that is something you really need to consider. But the thing is, wind forecasting, in particular at vehicle height, is a really, really tricky business. So my question to you is, what do you see on the left side? And I think nobody has a clue. Well, it's the Vision EQX6, but it's a really bad resolved picture of it. And the question again, what do you see on the left side? No one? Okay, it's a valley in the Alps, and on the left side is a typical weather forecasting model. So it's the terrain at a resolution of 10 times 10 kilometers. On the right side is the resolution we use in our model, which is 30 meters. And the question to you is, which model would you trust? So we invented a model to make wind forecasts, and we put that into a product which we call Wind on Roads to provide these data, these forecasts to our end customers. And here's just an overview of the things you really need to take into account. On the top left is again the topography thing. So we have steep valleys, we have topography. The wind, the topography guides the wind, also changes the magnitude of the wind. And you can see the road in there. So you really want to know this. Also, we have a lot of vegetation around highways and Autobahn, and that these really matter. And for example, just to give you a number, in Germany, 33% of German Autobahns is close to forests. So it really matters. And you all know these things, these what we call roadside obstacles. These are basically everywhere, and you need to know where these things are to get a good forecast of your wind. And of course, there are other people on the road. These cars create turbulence that changes the wind, and that also needs to be taken into account. And well, so yeah, that's it. And I think there's just one question you have to ask yourself: how do I get wind on roads? And the answer is just behind you, next to the Vision EQX6. And please come talk to us if you're an operator, if you're a car manufacturer or truck manufacturer. Feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raphael. It's now time for us to take a quick break from the Startup Tech Talks and introduce our next panel on sustainable acoustics and the new trends in measuring technologies. For that, I would like to invite on stage two startups, For Silence and 7Bell, as well as two representatives from Mercedes-Benz, and of course, our moderator, Tim Zolle, who is part of the ventures team at Startup Autobahn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Stephanie, come to the stage, and also Johannes, also from Mercedes-Benz, both from Mercedes, as well as Mirko and Thomas from 7Bell and For Silence. Why we are here today? We are here today because we want to speak about two amazing pilot projects 7Bell and For Silence have initiated together with Mercedes-Benz about noise acoustics and noise detection. The headline of this panel today is about sustainable acoustics. Why is it relevant? Why we are here? Because all of you know car makes noise from, for example, tires, from, for example, the engine, and we need new technologies to reduce this noise, because every noise reduction technologies has also an impact on environmental protection. This is the one thing, and the other thing is if you want to install new materials, you need also new testing technologies to test those materials. And this is the other part. This is the reason why 7Bell and For Silence are here, because they have these new testing technologies. The question is, what are these new testing technologies we need to, for example, lower the carbon footprint with new technologies for noise reduction in acoustics, and therefore For Silence, Mirko, what is about your technology?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm working for Silence. We are a Dutch spin-off of the University of Twente. And we developed this small thing here. This is called the Sonocat. And acoustic is a very important topic. And car manufacturers like Mercedes are very looking deeply into acoustics. And we developed a measurement tool which allows you, or the average Mercedes customer, experiences acoustics. So we developed a measurement tool which allows you to measure under real conditions while driving a car. So what does it mean? You can save a lot of material by knowing your problem. You can save a lot of time. It's quick and easy. And it's easy. You don't even need to be an acoustician. So a casual engineer can use it, I think. This is what we developed, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas, what is your solution?
Yeah, so at the 7Bell, we provide our customers with measurement instruments that eventually make sound visible. So in our specific collaboration with Mercedes-Benz, we focused on localizing leakages in the car cabin. And for that particular reason, we put an ultrasound speaker inside the car cabin that is emitting a tone at 40 kilohertz, so outside of the audible frequency range. And with that particular device, we're essentially scanning the sound field that is leaking through doors, window ceilings, other structural elements, and can sort of visualize, very similar to a thermal imaging camera, where the sound is leaking through. And that, of course, supports engineers, when preparing vehicles for acoustic verification testing, but also in quality control to be sure that eventually everything has been assembled correctly.
Thanks a lot, thanks a lot. The next question we have for sure, now we have heard something about the technology. The point is what Mercedes did with this technology and what is the difference to existing technologies of measuring sound and why it is relevant for Mercedes.
Yeah, thank you. The difference is that, as you can see, obviously it's smaller and faster. And when we're doing sound cleaning at Mercedes-Benz, we are looking into every detail in the car. And so therefore, usually in the past, we used very bulky, a lot of effort put in bulky measurement systems. And it was very time-consuming to put all the measurement systems in the car, do the test drives. And as you can see, with the small devices, we are much faster and much more precise in locating either leakages or like where we have sound sources. And so we can apply insulation material more precise. And of course, we can use less material, which is a big contribution towards sustainability.
Thank you. And one follow-up question. What is one of the biggest learning you received into this project?
Well, for example, with the leakages, as you can see, it's connected to a smartphone. You have an optical device. You actually can see at one glance where's the leakage. And with the Sonocut device, it's like in real time you can find all the sound sources, and that's the reason why you're faster. And that's a big step forward for us in the sound cleaning development.
Yes, thanks a lot. And we also want to speak a little bit about what are the next steps, what is next, and therefore, Stephanie, maybe you can say a little bit about, now you have initiated 2 pilot projects, but the question is how the story will continue, and maybe also why it is so relevant for sustainability.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So to make it short, the next step will be to confirm the benefit of the technology, what we saw in the pilot projects. I would say in a real car. We tested it in a real car, but in the actual development process. So at the early stage of the development process, and why is it so important? And where do we have the link to sustainability? Because at the first glance, testing method and sustainability, you don't really see the link. And let's start with the main target we have in the acoustic field. We want to make our cars quiet. This is an attribute that is historically linked to the Mercedes brand, and we want to keep this good NVH performance. And because it stands for luxury and comfort, that are the strategy of our company, as we heard from Ola Källenius. So, and for achieving this good performance we already have in the cars, we have to use new material, sustainable materials that we probably don't know today. So this is the first aspect we have. We have to test this new material, yeah, and to see how they can perform the same way as the conventional material is using at the moment in the cars. So that's the first aspect. And the second aspect is the main, the best benefit we saw in these two technology that with them you can look locally in the car at the areas or at the surfaces where you have the most potential for acoustic improvement. And in the history, we had other kind of testing, and you put material everywhere where you thought you have a source, or it could be the origin of the source. So let me say, it could be that in the past we made some over-engineering. So, and with this kind of tool, you can look very locally, and then you make you use less resources, so less material usage. So you have the first link to sustainability, and the second is, as I said, the topic with a new material, to test the new material, to compare there with the old materials to see how we can improve or keep the good acoustic performance. So. To come back to the next step, so we will use it in the next car line we have, from the beginning to the lessons learned of the predecessor car line, and at every step of the development process to identify leakages or acoustic sources in the car. We are doing some electric cars, so this is also a topic there with the way of leaving the acoustic in an electric car. So it's quite another kind of perception you have in the car. And with this we can optimize very locally and very efficiently, very precisely, and very reliably, with a lot of reliability. So that was a very long answer, but I thought I have to focus on this cycle we have with the testing and the sustainability and the strategy we have in the company.
Many thanks for giving us those insights. And the last two questions are going to Thomas and also to Mirko. After you have heard those words from Mercedes and the trends you are observing in the market, what are the next steps for you? Thomas, how do you develop your product?
Yeah, so at this stage, our measurement instrument is predominantly used in product engineering for quick investigations. Going forward, we certainly would like to end up with this device on the shop floor in the production line, and that certainly requires some automation of the measurement instrument going forward. And this is what we are currently working on.
Yes, Mirko.
Yeah, I think we have a finished product. I'm very convinced. But of course, we are always doing developments. But that's the reason why we want to get in touch with companies like Mercedes or similar, to hear from them, hey, what do you want us to implement in this Sonocat? So this is more or less what we want and where we want to go to.
Does everything change for you, for example, when it comes to electric vehicles?
When it comes to?
Electric vehicles. Electric vehicles.
Yeah. Not for us, especially because we are just measuring in a real sound field, and but the sound field changes because a normal engine makes different sound to the inside of the cabin, and an electric car does not. So the sound changes, the experience for the driver changes. So that's something where I see, changing. Yeah. True.
Yeah, I think in using this kind of tool more intensively, yet in a development process, we will come to new ideas or new art of visualization or whatever. The product is standing, so I think the development of further software or whatever will not be a great difficulty. So it's the basis we start upon, and then we will see how it leads us. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up. And with that, I said thank you. And now I will overtake to whom? To you.
I got a mic. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Should leave the stage? Thank you very much.
Dankeschön.
It's good to have you here. There we go. I can hear me, you can hear me. Fantastic. I hope you're enjoying the conversation we've been having about sustainability. We're going to continue the conversation a little bit, but with a slight twist. So first of all, I hope you have your headphones, because without the headphones, it is hard to hear me, right? Yeah, so make sure you have your headphones. You guys have headphones. So if I scream, is that really loud in your headphones now? I'm so sorry. But now finally everyone without headphones can hear me too, which is great. You're welcome to come and sit in the front. We have VIP seating. These are special air conditioned. We got fans underneath the front row that blow cold air at you, so you can come and sit right up on the front. We'd love to have you. Feel free to walk around and enjoy all the amazing stuff that's going on. And with that, Adrian, can you come up over here? Can we get up for the wonderful Adrian? Let's give him a hand. Come over here. Come over here. How you feeling, man?
Very good. Great to be here.
I always like how much you're smiling and you're always so happy.
Yeah, thank
What are you so happy about? What's your role? What do you do?
I'm a corporate innovation manager, and also I'm the co-founder of our newest vertical in Düsseldorf. So I'm very happy about this.
Oh, that's what you invited me to, and I couldn't come. Now I remember, yes.
Me, yeah.
Excellent. I did not ghost you, I was busy. So, Düsseldorf, you're setting up something over there.
Yes.
I know there are so many different things that are pressing. I'm thinking about the war that's happening here in Europe. I'm thinking about energy prices going up. I'm thinking about supply chain problems. I'm thinking about the fact that we seem to have labor shortages. If you go to an airport or a train station, everyone seems to be struggling at so many levels. What is one of your most pressing issues? What do you care about?
One word, decarbonization.
That's a big one.
It's a big
Sometimes we lose sight on that because we've got a planet that is in danger, and sometimes we can be so focused on, oh my gosh, we don't have security personnel at the airport, and now it's a 90-minute, and meanwhile, the planet is falling apart. So decarbonization, is that what we're going to talk about here?
I very much hope so, and I'm super glad that we actually do have a panel about it.
Okay. So we're going to have a variety of people through the entire value chain on decarbonization joining us over here. So with that, Adrian, the stage is yours. Have fun.
Thank you so much. See you in a bit.
Yes.
Yes, also welcome from my side. It's great to see so many, all of you. And yes, decarbonization is a pressing topic, and I'm super, super hyped to be discussing this with our amazing panelists today, which is kind of a mixture of a decarbonization panel and a champions panel. So two things I really love. And I think with this, I would love to have Philip from Mercedes, Alexander from Forvia, Marcel from Novelis, and Carla from Caesar on stage. Give a round of applause. Woo! How are we all feeling? Good, 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 good. How's the microphone situation? All good there? That is good, yeah. I'm going to do a very, very quick round of introductions, and then, of course, we dive into it because, as we said, the topic is pressing. Super happy to have Carla in the round here. I hope you can hear me from here. Is it good? Can you understand me? Yes, 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 yes. Super happy to have her in the round. She has mentored numerous startups in the area of supply chain and decarbonization, and now she is the Chief Impact Officer of a carbon offsetting startup. You're going to tell a bit more about this in a bit, and really happy to have the startup perspective with you in the round, so welcome, Carla.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Next up, Philip, our OEM representative, and of course, one of our oldest champions. Super happy to have you on stage. Of course, you have been in the automotive sphere very, very long. You have initiated numerous pilot projects on the startup Autobahn, and that's why I love to hear your insights, especially in the area of sustainable projects. So welcome, Philip, on the stage.
Thank you.
Next up, Alexander from Forvia. Super happy to have you as well. So you have a unique position in the value chain as a tier 1 supplier. So we're definitely going to talk about this, how you're handling the, let's say, the contact, the balancing between with the OEMs and the tier 2 suppliers. Super happy to have you here. Also a startup Autobahn champion. So welcome and give it up to Alexander.
Thank you.
Marcel, great to have you. I mean, When I think about Novelis and aluminum, I think it's a very hard to recycle industry, but I think you guys are doing a perfect job. So we are very, very happy to hear your insights on you actually accomplished all your sustainability initiatives in the area of circularity. So that's why I'm really, really happy to have you on stage. Marcel, great to have you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Awesome. So I would say we kick right in with a question to Philip, our longest and most experienced champion. And of course, we had a lot of sustainable projects in the last years. And I think you were quite an early pioneer and a pusher for these kind of sustainability projects. So could you elaborate a little bit, give a few examples on what you did in the course also of the startup Autobahn partnership, and especially how you broke down barriers internally with stakeholders who maybe saw sustainability only as a trend?
Yeah, I'd love to share some insights here. I think the first myth I need to bust is there haven't been any barriers. Back in 2019, when we also announced the Ambition 2039 as the information that we as Mercedes-Benz want to be carbon neutral at that date, everybody in the company was really excited to start this really relevant journey. And we have been at the right time in the right spot when we introduced sustainability stream for startup Autobahn, and when we introduced technologies in the field of production, of processes, logistics, transparency in the supply chain, but also when it comes to new materials in the car or carbon dioxide capturing, for example. All the colleagues, it was not a question why not, it was the question how can we make it happen? And so we experienced a lot of new projects, a lot of excitement, and in 2019-20, I think around 20 projects have been started in the field, and everybody wanted to be to make it a successful journey. And this is very important because, incidentally, I'm looking right now at the EQXX 20 meters from here, and some of the projects our colleagues here in the audience or from the last programs started in the field of sustainability. You can witness now in the EQXX. And EQXX, for those who don't know, is a springboard for serial implementation. So hopefully, and definitely for some of the technologies, we'll see them in our products and processes in the future. And when it comes to examples, I can highlight, for example, the Israeli startup UbiQ. Their vision, or actually their product, is that they transform household waste into upgraded plastic products or plastic parts, which we can then integrate in our luxury products. And this is not a compromise, this is a perfect quality part and also a perfect example of how we can live and make circularity happen in this field. And also projects around like using mushroom as an ingredient to also grow new parts is something we put a lot of attention at the very beginning. Or to use cactus or cactus material also to build up parts is another crazy but very interesting and a successful project we've considered and then kicked off with the startup Autobahn help.
Sounds good. Yes, I really like to hear that you had the openness within Mercedes-Benz from the beginning. Maybe a question to you, Carla. I mean, you have worked with numerous sustainability startups. Did you have similar experiences? Were there also an openness with the customers of your startups as well?
Yeah, I mean, what we see is that the corporates themselves, they are really expertise. They are setting the broader strategy. They have the ideas and the vision. But then, how can we, as a startup, contribute to that? It's really with being a specialized unit, jumping in, having all the digital infrastructure in place to support on one certain concrete topic. And this is actually also what we're doing at CESA. We're really helping companies on their decarbonization journey from measurement to reduction over to compensation, and really making transparent what it means to support a robust net zero strategy with high quality carbon credits.
Yeah, as you can see, there are a lot of advantages already mentioned to partner up with sustainability startups. And of course, we're also going to dive deeper into it a little bit later. But now, maybe coming back to the value chain, and for this I would have a question to Alexander. As already mentioned in the introduction, you do have let's say, a very unique role in the value chain, as you need to balance your, let's say, relations with the OEMs and of course also with your suppliers from the raw materials companies. What challenges, but also maybe opportunities do you see here in the area of decarbonization? Maybe you could elaborate here a little bit.
Yes, indeed, you can see it as a challenge being somehow squeezed between the OEMs, our customers. On the other side, having suppliers, raw material suppliers, which are typically much bigger than our company. These are huge suppliers, yeah, which we don't see in component supplier. And they have rather interest in unifying their products, having a scale effect, and not necessarily adapting to the rather small niche market of automotive. Our customers are then specifying products, and this could be seen a challenge. But on the other side, it's also an opportunity because no one knows better the product itself than a tier one supplier. And in consequence, we can use this knowledge and rather develop material which is designed for the use in that product. And Faurecia had started their sustainability roadmap proactively already more than 10 years ago. Beside natural fiber materials for compression molding, we also developed our own natural fiber for injection molding, naphthalene. Where we then had to produce and to industrialize the product, we had to work with agricultural collaboratives, so farmers, in order to set up a production facility to produce this compound, which is a 20% hemp fiber-based material. Other project we are working with ananas anam for pineapple fibers to be used. So this is on the raw material. But on the other side, it's also on recycling, and we have just signed an agreement with Veolia, who are the leading player in recycling, to also commonly develop compounds which can be used based on recycled material in automotive on a higher scale. We aim 30% of recycled components or material in 25, so a pretty huge step forward, and I think this is really a big challenge in the interior. So on the one side, it's this biomass, the other side is the recycling, and then the third topic is the carbon capture, and I think there we are entering an extremely challenging and sophisticated field where we need the support of partners and startups. Our Sustainable Material Division will have in their headquarters also a clean tech startup hotel. So we are fostering the collaboration with startups. We are bringing them into our environments in order to be much closer to them. And I think with that, we are really approaching our aim of being carbon neutral by 2045 for all scopes, including the use phase. But I think it's really this common collaboration which is needed. Yeah. And then I think when we look on the interior products, maybe the last step will be that we have to treat the circularity, because today interior products are made to be stuck together. Yeah. We have great welding operations, everything, but I think we have to rethink to design the product for disassembly. We have to rethink technologies on joining in order to be able to disassemble the product afterwards, to recycle it at 100%, also the non-mono materials, in order to then really get to the circularity. And I think there are other industries which are much more advanced, I think, in aluminium industry. And I think there we have also to get in the interior.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually a great transition also to the next question. You say Novelis is quite advanced here. I do think so too. You're quite a pioneer when it comes to circularity, even though you are involved in a very heavy industry. And of course, you're also working with a lot of partners there, so cooperation is also key. But could you maybe elaborate how you made the structure? How did it come to this, that you're such a pioneer in the industry right now?
Well, first of all, we serve different industries. Automotive industry is one industry, but there's also the beverage can industry, which is, probably the most prominent and known application for aluminum. And just to give you an example, in the beverage can industry, we recycle every year roughly 80 billion cans. And the typical life or the typical life cycle from shelf to shelf in the aluminum can industry is 60 days. So it's a real example of circularity. That's how circularity could be if it's properly set up, if you have all the processes in place, and especially important if the whole value chain works together and make sure that it goes hand in hand. And I think this is also
a little bit the challenge that we have in the automotive industry. In general, the production of primary aluminum is a very resource-intensive process. I guess we all know that, that's no secret. On the other hand, aluminum is infinitely often recyclable, which makes it an optimal material for circularity. And even more importantly, if you recycle it, you don't downgrade it. So the quality remains the same, the properties remain the same, so it's again perfect use case for full circular economy. Now, when you recycle aluminum, you actually need 95% less resources than what it would take if you start from scratch. So recycling aluminum is super efficient, and it's, you know, sometimes we ask ourselves, why do we not more recycle aluminum? And this is a challenge in the automotive industry because we cannot do it ourselves. We have to be part of a network, and the whole network needs to work together. All the suppliers need to work together, the OEMs need to work together to really make sure that we can set up an ecosystem that allows for such a circular approach. It starts with the material suppliers, with the tier ones, but it's also a question of the OEMs if they're willing to design cars, vehicles in a way that allows them to be dismantled, systematically brought back into the individual components that really allow a recycling concept. So that's why we all have to work together. I guess that's why we are here, part of the startup Autobahn as well. And this is also where startup companies can play an important role to support larger companies like ours to enter that journey, to come up with business models that makes it interesting for every player along the value chain to play its part, and to bring up new technologies that really enables that full circular approach.
Thank you very much, Marcel. And of course, thank you also for the advertisement, for the platform. I do very much agree that this is the perfect format to come also together along the value chain and to really partner up for a more circular supply chain there. And you already touched the topic on what startup collaboration or startups can also support in when it comes to cross-corporate collaboration. But maybe, Carlo, of course, you also as the expert, can you also dive a little bit deeper on how startups can maybe enable or facilitate a cross-corporate collaboration between large companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, collaboration is key, especially when you go further down the value chain and when you have to collaborate also with your suppliers or customers. And this is, where startups are really powerful. To give you one example, and I already touched it, like what we're doing is we're making the carbon credits you buy transparent, and we're now working with a very big corporate from Munich together to make this transparent throughout the entire value chain. So we help actually align different targets, and this is also what you mentioned, which is, I mean, you are in the aluminum industry, and you say that aluminum, yes, can be recycled, but it has to be, like, the secondary material has to be traced, it has to be dismantled. I mean, all these different steps need specialized units, and this is actually where technology and startups can jump in and really help corporates to meet these challenges.
I do absolutely agree, and you already touched another very important here is also how to set up organizations, especially large organizations. Now we're going to come more in the interactive part also of the discussion here. Just asking in the round, what would be your best practices to set up organizations for this kind of sustainability startup collaboration, or for to achieve their, let's say, decarbonization goals faster in general? What tips can you give here?
So maybe I can take that. I think it has really to be a top-down and a cultural approach on sustainability, because it's a transversal topic. It affects logistics, it affects production, it affects the product itself. I mean, it affects how you produce. And therefore it needs to be top-down, but still at the same time pass really through the whole organization. And I think that is important. And when working now with the startups, I think the time is over in this critical topic that we invent on our own. Yeah, I think we need now this open innovation. I mean, and we have to stop thinking not invented here. And this needs to be fostered. This needs to be accepted through the whole company, because it's just the technology has too broad variety. It's developing too fast, and I think we really need the startups here to really accelerate this path. Yeah, and if you want to build competences, this will never work time-wise. Yeah.
Yeah. I also think that you need a top-down direction to set like a path for the company, but on the other hand, I strongly believe that we are all incentivized and motivated ourselves, and if our colleagues have like space, budget, and trust from their management, something great will arise. But as you said, collaboration is key, and I think if an organization can make sure that it creates APIs, may it be Startup Autobahn, may it be you name it, to get like their colleagues in contact with relevant technology outside and give them everything that's relevant to try out new things. I think this is a perfect like launch pad for cool sustainability projects.
I do absolutely agree. Yes, and maybe then also coming back to Carla. What, like from your perspective, from your experiences with the startups that you have mentored, what kind of teams within corporates did your startups work in the best way with? What kind of structures did they have? Maybe you can elaborate here.
So the best teams are actually very diverse. So it makes a lot of sense to work with teams that are kind of come together from different departments and really understand the different challenges, because sustainability, whether it's decarbonization, circularity, or any other field within sustainability, is very often a interdisciplinary topic. And in our case especially, we're working together with the purchasing departments, climate or sustainability departments, and then also accounting departments, right? Because there is always a financial implication, and I think it's very helpful if the people who are working directly with startups embrace technology, are open to different perspectives, and really jump into discussions and hear and try to integrate all the different points of view.
Yeah, I do absolutely agree. And then maybe, I mean, we hear about many activities happening right now. I think we're currently in a great momentum as sustainability is also becoming more and more a really topic that is talked onto strategy. So there are more and more actually strategies established and also operative measurements taken. But maybe question to you, Marcel, if you look from now, just in the next years, maybe in the next 5-10 years, where do you see this development going? What do you think are going to be the next phases? The next phases, like what is going to be with an outlook in the next 5 to 10 years? What do you think is going to happen in the area of decarbonization, or how do you think Novelis will approach it?
I mean, what we see now more and more is that decarbonization changes from being a buzzword to becoming really a business enabler. And for instance, some of the OEMs we work with, they put a price tag on a ton of CO2, for instance. Yeah. And they include that in their internal calculation when it comes to material decisions, for instance. So all of a sudden, it's not just, pretending to be green, it's not just marketing, it really becomes a business critical factor. And I think that's the right way to do it. And we have to be able to support that. And this, for instance, requires us as suppliers to be able to provide, for instance, reliable CO2 footprint figures to our customers, so that there is a way that the customer can properly account for the CO2 footprint that he receives from his suppliers, can include that in his LCA, and then based on that, basically perform his internal work. So having a closed chain from the very beginning of the input of the raw material till all the way to the finished product, and then even beyond to actually get that circularity going. Having this chain and having the possibility to transfer that information in a reliable and certified way, I think that's very much key in the next couple of years.
I do absolutely see it. And maybe question also there to Carla with regards to carbon offsetting. As we know, you're also an expert there. So what do you think which role will carbon offsetting have in the next 5 to 10 years if you're doing the outlook?
Quite frankly, so I had a couple of discussions out here, and I can see that, and I come from CDP, so that the carbon market, or the voluntary carbon market, has a bit of a negative image. And I think what will, where it will develop is towards a direction where quality is the main differentiator and where people become more and more aware of what quality of a carbon credit really means. And this, for instance, and this is just one quality indicator, is buying more removal credits instead of avoidance. So really helping and supporting the development of a whole industry, carbon removal industry, to develop technologies that help to pull carbon from the atmosphere. And this is crucial to reach our net zero or even zero targets going forward, right? Because there will be residual emissions, there will be emissions that have to be compensated for. And then if you really invest in the right carbon credits, I think it makes a big difference and it will help us to align with the Paris Agreement.
I absolutely agree. And Alexander, you were nodding quite heavily there, so I do. What do you think about it?
I think that is what I said before. I mean, the first two steps are probably use of renewable material. Then the second step is recycling, and then we have really to, which is the biggest challenge, to capture the carbon on an economical, attractive way. I mean, somehow also the resources are limited, and also, I mean, it still needs to be affordable somehow. And I think therefore, this is, I think, the real challenge then doing the next big step. And for me, the next 5 years are probably more on the first two topics, or a little bit more. I mean, there we capture more benefits out of that, but we have to work on the third one in order to be ready that once the others are exhausted somehow, or we have done everything, that we have then the carbon capture on a feasible, ecological and economical feasible approach.
That's good. I mean, it's a good thing that carbon capturing will be definitely one of the most important topics also on the Startup Autobahn next year, so we are approaching this heavily. And I think with this, I say thank you very much to this amazing panel round. I hope you had as much fun as I did. Thank you very much for the insights. And yeah, let's keep decarbonizing together and let's do this. Thank you so
very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I give it up back to Dan Ram.
All right. I'll collect your microphones. Thank you, thank you. I am going to bring up on stage my best friend at Startup Autobahn, the very colorful Hannah Baumgarten. Let's give her a hand. Yeah. Come here. Come over here.
Hi, everyone. Usually I'm the person running around here with like a lot of different stuff around and try to make this happen. And yeah, just switching the role right now.
Yeah, we just thought this view over here is lovely. Look at all these amazing people over here. It's nice.
Yeah, seeing over there, other startup.
Actually,
nice, cool.
what else is happening? For those who are here and may not be aware of what's happening on the other stages, talk to us about the speaker series.
So I hear some people cannot find the room. So actually, if you walk there and then right, there's right now happening the speaker series. So what is going on there? You will meet some of the Stuttgarter startups and you will hear from their founding stories until now. So if you submitted for this one, you can, I actually don't want to get people away from here, but if you're looking for it, you can go over there and write in the room.
So if you're curious about the founder story, you're going over there. But if you're interested in the future of trucking,
you should stay here.
What's happening now?
So we have Truckoo coming up with Schaeffler, actually speaking about your collaboration. We have a dream team coming up. Julia, Sam, and Sasha, please join our stage.
Let's give it up for them. Woo! We'll find out.
Thank you and welcome from our side to, let's see, the first slide, the presentation of our cooperation between Schaeffler RepExpert and Truckoo. Hannah already presented us here, Julia, co-founder of the startup Truckoo, Sebastian, Digital Innovation Manager of Schaeffler Automotive Aftermarket, and myself, Samuel, for product management of truck and bus articles in Schaeffler Automotive Aftermarket. Together, we are on a mission to make second life vehicles the first option. In our case, especially commercial vehicles. I guess all of you recognize in the meantime that we all need to achieve together in all aspects of our lives the highest resource efficiency as possible to keep our planet functioning as it is. Now, how is this statement related to the headline we see on the slide here? Let me explain. As we can read in the business newsletters, also commercial vehicle OEMs in the meantime focus to develop new vehicles with alternative powertrains to diesel combustion engines. At one point in time, in the 2030 to 2040s, they only will sell those, and that's good. But until then, we will have a lot of still by diesel combustion engine-driven vehicles on the roads. For example, in 2030, still over 90% of the car park. Because a new truck is highly specified for its designated use case and used from its first buyer around 8 to 13 years, depending on the market. Afterwards, more and more maintenance occur, wear and repair, and the first buyer wants to sell this vehicle. But the lifetime of a truck is up to 30 to 40 years. Consequently, trucks or commercial vehicles can and do have a second and third life. Addressing this sustainability aspect to companies is not really sufficient to make it work. This only works if it's also economically efficient to buy and operate used commercial vehicles. Unfortunately, selling and buying trucks is not that convenient today because mostly offline with imprecise vehicle descriptions, long damaging vehicle downtimes, and potentially long distances between seller and buyer. Due to that, there is improvement required in the process. And to do that, Traku started their approach, and we partnered because seeing these two aspects, required resource efficiency and the required economic efficiency, we need to combine several things to achieve three targets. First one is if we accelerate the speed in the process of the transaction of used commercial vehicles and reduce the effort, it makes it more attractive. Second, sometimes used commercial vehicles need to be repaired, also in the case of the transaction itself. And for the repair, it's good to use high-quality spare parts to later on save or ensure the low CO2 emissions. Third, and that's the most important aspect, if we succeed together, commercial vehicles can be continuously used longer in the market, as long as possible over the whole lifetime of a vehicle. And by that, we can postpone the CO2 emissions for the new production of vehicles. To contribute to these targets and to achieve those, we partnered, and Julia will explain the approach.
Perfect, thank you. So, as Samuel said, in our pilot project, we discussed the question of how to make a second life vehicle the first choice. So how should the buying experience look like in the future for every company? We are working on a one-stop shop solution to really tackle the challenges that Samuel was talking about and also offer a seamless buying experience for companies. And for us, there needs to be an online component and also an offline component. Online, we want to offer companies an easy search process so that they can find easily the truck that they are looking for their needs. We want to offer a trustworthy way to also understand the condition of the truck. And we also want to offer them the possibility to order after-sales services such as spare parts and also logistics to make the purchase complete. But in the end, it's a physical good. It's a truck that needs to be handed eventually physically. So there needs to be an offline fulfillment partner. And for us, these are repair shops. A company wants to have short distance for pickup. And they also want to have a partner for service and repair during the entire life cycle of the vehicle. So not only the purchasing process needs to be economically efficient for companies, but also the repair and the driving of the vehicle during the entire life cycle. So combining our strengths, Schaeffler and Traku, we have the ingredients to really bring the purchasing process of second life vehicles to the next level and thereby really make an impact on the sustainability of the market. of the truck, obviously. With Traku, we provide the supply of vehicles on a global scale, and we provide the infrastructure to actually match supply and demand of commercial vehicles. And with Schaeffler, we have access to OE quality spare parts and also the after-sales platform via RepExpert. So you may wonder how Traku is actually matching demand and supply on a global scale. We are a startup founded end of 2019. We are based in Munich. And we have the mission to really make buying and selling of commercial vehicles easy and convenient for all stakeholders, buyers and sellers. My co-founder and me, we actually grew up in the industry with the traditional way of trading with commercial vehicles. We are actually the third generation when it comes to doing business in the industry. But with Traku, we have defined a new and digital way, 100% adapted to the challenges of the market. So how are we doing it exactly? We are a global platform for buying and selling commercial vehicles, and we have offline repair shops, our repair shop partners, who provide the offline infrastructure. So if a company wants to sell their truck, the sale is initiated at the repair shop. The repair shop master has our unique Traku app to inspect the condition of the truck and then provide the transparency for the first time ever in the market needed for buyers to make remote purchasing decisions and to actually be able to buy a truck online. So, as I said, if a company wants to sell their truck, then they just need to drive to a repair shop. The truck is inspected and the trade is done by Traku. And if they are looking to buy a truck, they can just contact their repair shop master nearby and initiate and make the entire purchase with Traku. So how the RepExpert platform is now integrated with the Traku ecosystem, I now hand over to Sebastian.
Thank you, Julia. So by now you probably heard the name RepExpert multiple times, so just let me give you a quick rundown what it actually is. RepExpert is our service brand or our service hub that provides services to mechanics and professional workshops. And we have a simple goal, and that is to help them in their daily lives by providing them the tools and services that they need, from diagnosing problems to actually ordering and finding the spare parts that they need to perform the repair. So at this point, you might actually ask, like, okay, so where does Traku fit into that picture? Well, we've asked ourselves the same question, and that's exactly why we asked our mechanics if they are affiliated with the vehicle trade. And the result was quite stunning. About 80% of independent aftermarket garages are affiliated with vehicle trades one way or the other. And for us, it was a no-brainer to provide them a solution and provide them services that help them to tap into that market segment in an easy and controllable way. But that's not all. Like, if you look on the next slide, please. Yep. The question is, how do you create a win-win situation between all the involved parties? Traku, Schaeffler, and the car mechanics alike. So on the one hand, you have Traku, who have a strong footprint with commercial vehicles and the actual trade of them. On the other hand, you have Schaeffler with a strong network of car mechanics and the supply of spare parts that are needed for the repairs. And as Julia already said, if you combine those two forces, on the one hand, you have a platform that ensures that you will find exactly the vehicle that you need. And on the other hand, you have assurance and a layer of trust that all of these vehicles are actually properly maintained and serviced. So for us, that is a real value add and a synergy that we can provide to the market together. And RepExpert as a platform allows us to seamlessly integrate that into the daily lives of mechanics. And yeah, Samuel, now to conclude, will show you how that looks in real life.
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. For the moment, let's just say we are at the very beginning. So in the first step, which you can see on the slide behind us, we are jointly approaching our core, the workshop contacts. So Traku on their side, Schaeffler on our side, for example, via the RepExpert online platform. Second, we would like to offer combined services for the case of used vehicle transactions and scale our pilot, which is currently dedicated for the DACH region, also to other business regions. Third, it could be possible to make a unified solution and to do a marketplace integration, and then to roll it out via marketing to all other potential business regions we potentially have around the globe. That's it. We thank you for your attention and wish you a nice day. Bye.
Thank you.
Pass it over there. Excellent. We are now going to hear from one particular project. This group is actually working with Bosch on their driver assistance for commercial vehicles, focusing on energy efficiency. He comes from really good stock because in addition to being part of startup Autobahn, he also graduated from the Y Combinator a little while ago. Fantastic gentleman. Talk to him about AI, talk to him about computer vision, and right now, please give a warm startup Autobahn welcome for the wonderful James. Enjoy.
So, hi, my name's James Hennessy, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hypermile. And we are building a traffic-aware AI cruise control that is optimized for fuel efficiency. So logistics is a really difficult industry. They operate on razor-thin margins of 1% to 3%. And fuel is 1/3 of their operating costs. And today, fuel, as I'm sure you all know, is at record high prices. So it's safe to say logistics companies watch their fuel consumption like hawks. Now, it's also long been known by telematics industry that driver behavior, how a driver anticipates how the traffic ahead is changing, has a huge impact on the fuel efficiency of a truck. And now we've got primary data, and our customers have primary data, saying there's a 30% difference between the best and the worst drivers in a fleet. And because of the driver shortage across the world, logistics companies can't be selective on what drivers they choose. It's still more important to get their goods from A to B. So back to those razor-thin margins. If you were to improve the fuel economy of a fleet by 10%, that could triple the profit margins for some logistics companies. So we're laser-focused on solving this problem of inefficient driving in trucks. So our solution is Hypermile Copilot, which is an advanced driver assistance system focused on fuel efficiency. So it's a retrofit, monocular, single-camera solution that can be retrofitted into existing trucks. Now, we've got AI algorithms running in real time to understand the context of the road ahead and have a strategy to control the vehicle's speed efficiently, reducing the fuel consumption. So the way our technology works is from our camera's viewpoint, which is mounted in the dash of the vehicle, we've got AI algorithms which have got about a 10-second control horizon based on the traffic ahead. So we're tracking all the vehicles that are in front of us and predicting where they are moving. And we use this prediction to have an efficient control strategy. So for example, vehicles in adjacent lanes which are merging into your lane, depending if they're just going to be in there momentarily or staying, could be an opportunity to save fuel, perhaps starting to coast early, or perhaps not decelerating at all because they're leaving the lane very quickly. Likewise, if a vehicle 2 vehicles ahead is starting to slow down, you should cut your acceleration early. Or if someone in front of you is driving more erratically, it's better to give them more space. All these micro-optimizations are what the good drivers do to save fuel, and we've distilled this into our cruise control. And all of our technology is patent pending. Now, thanks to the startup Autobahn, we've been partnering with Bosch to deliver on a proof of concept project over the last year. So Bosch have a very complementary product to ours. They have a retrofit predictive cruise control that optimizes the vehicle's speed based on mapping data. So they use GPS and a map database to know when there's hills ahead of the vehicle and adjust the speed accordingly. Now, this is very complementary to what we do because they're doing optimizations which are based on the road layout in the mapping data, where we're doing situational optimizations based on the traffic. And so because we thought they were very complementary, we developed a POC between the two companies. So we've had 2 pilots where we've done an integration between Remodule, which is Bosch's solution, and Hypermile Copilot. And this integration was taking the best of both worlds, our situation awareness and then their map-based optimization to optimize for fuel efficiency as much as possible. Now, in the pilot, we demonstrated that on an Autobahn only, we can save 5% in fuel with near 100% engagement rate. Now, this is very important because having engagement rate is the core thing to have the technology, and turned on, having driver acceptance means you're maximizing your opportunity to save fuel. And that's one of the key benefits of Copilot, is that drivers want to have the system engage to maximize that fuel efficiency. Now, and this is the 5% of what we can get on the Autobahn. We have also other pilots where we're showing we get about a 12% saving on other roads which have more traffic. So off the back of this, we now have a memorandum of understanding between Hypermile and Bosch with how we're going to continue development and commercialization of the product together. So now we're also looking for other partners, both logistics companies that want to get our technology installed, or other partners that may want the Hypermile Copilot technology installed in their vehicles. So if that's of interest, please do get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that you have heard a little bit about what is happening in the world of sustainability, we're going to change things up, and we're now going to talk about autonomous driving. Can we make it possible? Can we make it safe? As always, we're going to have some inside talks. We are going to have some pilot projects all shared, and you two gentlemen should start walking in that direction because you're about to come on in a moment. But before that, just remind you, there are lots of places to be. I love having you here on stage one. If this topic about autonomous driving is of interest, you're in the right place. For anybody who's listening on the headphones, we're on channel 1, which means stage 1. There's a lot happening over there on stage 2 and channel 2, which is really about software and that side of things. And then outside, we have some amazing conversation on what's happening internationally. Representatives from different parts of the world sharing about what they're doing in the field of mobility. So choose where you want to be, plus meet the amazing startups who are really working on some great pilot projects. So with that, I think I'd like to start our next session. Please feel free to come in. We've got some coffee, we've got some drinks. Help yourself to what's in the fridge. We want to make sure that you're comfortable and not racing to get home because we didn't offer you a drink or something to eat. So make this your place to hang out for a little while. With that, just a quick question. This is a dangerous question. I should not ask it, but YOLO, we only live once. The Mercedes car back there versus the Porsche car over there. Which vision car would you want to take home if you could? So you have a choice. You've got the EQXX over there, and you also have a beautiful Porsche, which is electric as well, over there. Which one would you take home? Point to the car that you would take home. That way for Mercedes, that way for Porsche. Point, point, point. Which one are you taking home? We're actually kind of half-half, interestingly enough. Okay, very good. I was just curious. Which one you would take home. That one is more my colors with the black, white, and red, which is what I do. But there are some really cool features on their Mercedes that I don't think I've seen on any other car. So it's really interesting to see how they're innovating over there. Okay, that was dangerous. Hopefully I don't get fired for that. We're now going to invite two amazing gentlemen up to talk about actually a vehicle that is across over there. So sometimes we have partners with startups, and sometimes we have partners coming together to innovate together. And this one is between Bosch and Webasto. And essentially what happened is, one said to the other, give us some sensors, let's put it on the roof, and let's see how that can make autonomous driving even more efficient. And to explain a little bit about how that works exactly, we've got Michael and Marcel. Let's give it up for them. You got to clap now. Yeah, exactly. Have fun, enjoy. Woo.
Hi, everyone. Does it work? Hi, everyone. So many thanks and for being here, for inviting us to have two great companies like Bosch and Webasto be able to present the prototype vehicle that we show there. And then I expected that you asked, like, do they all want to take that vehicle home, the blue one? So that would, of course, be great to have that in the future very soon. So yeah, that's what we want to present you today, a little bit about the insights into the vehicle that we show there. And you already see it up here. That's our vision. So our vision is to have sensor integration into autonomous vehicle roofs with sunroofs, a panoramic sunroof, much light and comfort in the vehicle to drive you safely and comfortably from place A to B in the future without any steering wheel in it. So what's needed for that? We'll give you some insights, and Marcel is going to tell you about necessities for autonomous driving.
Yeah, thank you for the handover, Michael. So also welcome from my side. I'm happy to be here. It's my first time at the Plug and Play, actually. And yes, as you can see behind me, environmental sensors like lidars, radars, ultrasonic sensors and cameras are required to detect the environment if you want to enable automated driving functions. So you can basically say those sensors assist or replace the eyes of the driver. The camera, for instance, can detect other traffic participants, like you see here, traffic lights or pedestrians. And based on the input of those sensors, the vehicle computer can derive the next driving actions. So speaking of the lower levels of automated driving, those sensors usually have the fixed installation location. The camera, for instance, is usually placed behind the windshield. But now if you want to increase the amount of sensors because you also want to increase or optimize your automated driving functions, you also need additional installation locations. And here's where the roof becomes a good choice. And if you know your way around the automotive industry, you can't get past the name of Webasto. And this is why Bosch and Webasto met in 2019 at an informal dinner and decided to exhibit a roof prototype with an integrated sensor module. This was just the one Michael showed on the slide before. And yeah, from this kickoff, cooperation has developed so far where every party brings in their strengths and is working on a very startup way on this topic of the roof sensor modules. And with this, I just will hand over to Michael again, who will now give you an overview about the potential and advantages of the roof sensor module.
So when we're looking at the market now, so a couple of years ago we were only talking about sensor integration in the roof. Now these vehicles that you see up here, all those varieties are announcements, what we will see on the roads in the next 1 to 3 years upcoming. Some of those vehicles, especially the Neo and the Psych, are already on the roads in production now. And going towards the right side, coming from level 2 via level 3, the sensors get more and more. So coming from one to several sensors that are integrated in the roof in a sleek and compact way, towards level 4 autonomy, the number of sensors get more and more to even vehicles that will look totally different in the future. So all these vehicles upcoming, we'll see these vehicles on the road in the next years. Globally, it's like from all regions what we see here. Now that we know that we need the sensors, next slide please, we need to understand why is that actually. So coming from a vision point of view, there's a reason why we have the eyes in our head and not in the knees. So the higher, usually the better. That means for a vehicle to be able to understand situations like we see on the top left there, complex traffic situations in cities, at highways, you're making a left turn, somebody's coming with 150 kilometers per hour, the vehicle needs to see that if you don't have a steering wheel anymore and you're not going to take that view. So that's what the vehicle will need to see for all kinds of situations to understand. Next point then is soiling. So we want to drive or being driven in an autonomous vehicle in any weather conditions. If it's snow, if it's rain, if it's mud, dirt, dust, if we are driving in dark or light conditions. So what we need is to be able to operate under any soiling conditions, may it be mud or the snow that you have in the lower parts of the vehicles. The upper part of the vehicle is less influenced by that. So the higher, the better, again, from that point of view. Third one is it's less affected by risk of damage. So bumper crashes, vandalism, all that, even stone chipping is a much less risk if you go to the roof and have the sensors in the roof. All that brought together, the roof is the location where you can have one module where you can see everything 360 degree that's placed into the vehicle and the production line of the OEM. Next slide, please. So coming to production, this vehicle you will see on the road next year, SOP in 2023. A retractable roof module where we have a LiDAR sensor popping out of the front of the roof in a vehicle in China. You may know the brand Lotus from Geely, and this is what we are just having in serious development. We are dealing with the mechanical integration, the mechatronic integration, the kinematics to pull it out and in. A cleaning system is integrated. We're dealing with the thermal aspects to keep it in operating condition. And last but not least, of course, most important, the appearance, to have automotive grade, nice and sleek appearance. Looking further in the future, next slide then, we need more sensors. So we still want to keep sleek, sunroof integrated with more sensors. There is, in that case, 5 sensors in the roof. So that's the vision we are going to make it nice and have a great customer experience for autonomous vehicles in the future. And for full autonomy, you will need even more sensors, up to 25 sensors, which Marcel will give you an insight onto what we're seeing there in the prototype vehicle.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. So the result of the collaboration so far, you can see here on the slide or at the booth in the back of the building. And yes, what have we done? We have integrated 25 sensors from Bosch. But next to the sensors, there's also a cleaning system that uses air and water jets to keep the optical sensors clean. And besides that, there's also a thermal management system that makes sure that the sensors are operated at a constant temperature, which also brings a lot of advantages to the operation of the sensors. And all this thermal technical equipment is integrated in a very confined space, as in this car there's also an openable panoramic roof integrated for the well-being of the passengers. However, this vehicle is not only for demonstration purposes, it is also a joint test vehicle. And because regarding the cleaning of the sensors and therefore the increasing the availability of the sensors, there are a lot of open questions. And to answer all of these questions on the road under real-life conditions, we have equipped this vehicle with a measurement technology for the sensors, but also for the thermal management and the cleaning system. And yeah, so we're working in a very agile way together, and we are also evaluating and testing together, more or less depending on the expertise of the company so far. Now I just want to give you a short overview about the sensor set. So as I just mentioned, 25 sensors have been integrated there, and it still amazes me how stylishly the sensors are integrated into the roof. And we have tried to integrate as many sensors as possible. The view of there are 16 cameras in the forward and backward direction. We have integrated cameras that are usually used for far range detection. And on the side of the vehicle, we have integrated some cameras that are more for the near field detection. The same applies also for the radar sensors. And in each corner, we have placed one LiDAR. And with this sensor set, you can cover for each sensor modality a 360-degree view. You can see it on the slide, and I do not want to go into detail of every sensor, but I just want to point out the camera because due to the amount of 16 cameras, it's the most dense coverage of the vehicle, especially in the front where you have to detect traffic lights, other participants in the traffic, but also you need to have some lost cargo detection, so you need to detect objects in the far range. And with respect to our cooperation, this 360-degree view is very helpful because now we can evaluate and test the cleaning functions for different sensor positions under different driving conditions. And now Michael will also give you some insight where else we have some activities going.
So yes, exactly. With all those vision of the sensors, they need to be kept free of sight under any circumstances. So that's why we add a lot of features into the roof in addition to just placing the sensors and let them see. They need to see in any weather, in any light condition. So we had a cleaning system. Cleaning to keep it free with water jet, with air jet, and many new innovative technologies for cleaning. And we're working actually with some startups for that, also via the Plug and Play here. We've been with Plug and Play for a couple of years now, and some of the technologies already are being considered here. de-icing function needs to be added for melting snow or ice in winter conditions. And in summer conditions, we need to cool down the sensors to keep them in their operating range. As the sun is shining, the sensors, similar to a laptop, is producing heat, and we need to cool those components. And last but not least, to have pedestrians also recognize a vehicle is running autonomously there, we're adding an ADS light, so-called autonomous driving signal light. Many of these technologies where we're looking into and working with startups already, also via plug and play. And best chance here for the event, come to us, come to the booth, talk to us if you have any ideas or solutions to help us there to bring this on the road into serious production very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks all from my side.
And great to have you here.
I'll take that. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll take that too. Excellent. So, one of the beautiful things is that we have startups from literally all over the world. And our next startup you might have seen as you walked in over there, but we have an Israeli group. We have Avi here, who's going to talk to us about one of the best perception models for ADAS and AV. Let's give it up for Avi. Well done. Enjoy. 2 mics. Choose one. Number 1. Oh, actually, that's number 2. You're number 1. You're the number 1 man. Come on. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. My name is Avi Bakal, coming from Tel Aviv, Israel. And I like to share with you what is TriEye, why you should care, and where we're heading as a company. So, TriEye have been established about 5 years ago, based on over a decade of academic research at the Hebrew University. And what we develop, we call it SWIR, Short Wave Infrared Sensing Technology. And in the upcoming minutes, you will understand why you should care so much about it. So in terms of value proposition to the customers, the partners that we're working with, and you can see a partial list of the customers that we already engaged with, we provide vision. But not only vision, we also provide depth perception, 3D map of the world in front of us. And this is interesting. Why it's interesting? Because until TriEye technology arrived, and until we develop what we develop here, in order to make it a reality, you need tens of thousands of US dollars per sensor. And what TriEye have actually developed, that's what I'm holding in my hands, a piece of hardware, the first innovation in the world, we make it happen. For your information, we are backed by top-tier investors, if it's strategic one like Samsung, Intel, and Porsche, of course, which are one of our greatest partners. We are based in Israel, over 100 team members working multidisciplinary from the device level through the analog, the digital, ISP pipeline, software, hardware. We do it all of that internally. So why you should care, okay? On the upcoming, in the up row, you can see some visible imaging coming from the best-in-class Sony sensor. And you can see below this image coming from the TriEye system. So if it's the capability of seeing what we call seeing beyond through scattering media like haze, dust, fog, etc., we can do it much, much better based on this kind of technology. Seeing when the sun is blinding the camera, where even in a daytime where you have sun glare in front of you, we don't really care about it, which is super unique and interesting. Also, another important thing is the eye safety. Our system, and you'll understand it in a bit more details in a minute, is incorporated out of 2 hardware components, the sensor and an illumination that we develop in-house. Now, this kind of combination helps us to provide those capabilities of imaging and 3D. Now, what is the innovation and where it all starts from? It starts on the sensor level, okay? Currently, if you want to sense the SWIR spectrum and use or enable all the advantages that the spectrum can provide, you need to come up with an INGA sensor, indium gallium arsenide, which is a very expensive and complex manufacturing process. And what TRI is all about, we make this sensor at the same process that we manufacture the visible camera, the same one that you have in your mobile. Now, we have multiple product lines, but for the automotive industry, our main product line, we call it CDAR. CDAR stands for Short Spectrum Enhanced Detection and Ranging, and it provides simultaneously imaging and 3D simultaneously. With many other advantages, you can mount it behind the windshield, so you don't interrupt with the design of the vehicle, something that is super important for our customers. In terms of algorithms, that's something that we don't do. Our partners developing their own algorithm set, and in most cases, they can already leverage their existing algorithms pipeline, which is incredible. And in terms of reliability and scalability, this system designed from scratch to meet mass market requirements, meaning no moving parts, all the components are automotive grade, and that's nice. Now, if we'll go even to more details, those two hardware components, the photo sensor and the illuminator, are the world's first innovation based on the TRI technology, and that's what enables us to provide those crazy features. Here's just an example of one of our collaboration with Veoneer, a tier 1 that probably most of you know. And it comes to show that in terms of maturity level, let's discuss. We are already ready. So thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to get in touch and discuss further with each of you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Avi. I appreciate it. I'll take that. Thank you very much. So, as a moderator, I get to travel to different parts of the world. I remember this one time being driven from Switzerland to Friedrichshafen. Is that how you pronounce it? The headquarters of ZF, and I was blown away by this presentation that they were doing about this fleet of commercial vehicles traveling autonomously using sensor technology and others. And they were talking about the really minor details of how, if you just line them up perfectly, even things like wind and others can be taken into consideration to improve efficiency. So I was like, wow, the future is amazing. And then, of course, you magnify it and multiply it by the number of these vehicles on the road, and you realize the impact is actually huge. So we're actually going to be talking a little bit about orchestration of autonomous vehicles. And for that, we have two wonderful people from ZF. One was actually a founder here, winning awards at startup Autobahn and others. And then ZF brought them into the fold, into the family. And now they both work at ZF. So please welcome onto the stage and put your hands together for Luke and Christian. Oh, got one.
Can you hear me okay? Hello, hello? You can hear me? Yeah? Cool, all right. Thanks everyone, thanks for coming. This is almost 5 p.m., so we try to be entertaining as much as possible. Today we're going to talk about real-time orchestrations for autonomous vehicles. And on stage I'm joined by Dr. Christian Brennecke, our Senior Vice President at ZF Group. He's going to talk about also our relationship with startups and how this led to actually the acquisition of the market leader in the industry of fleet orchestration. You might be wondering what autonomous means actually. And this term we have to admit after almost 10 years in that it's actually quite misleading because an autonomous vehicle is not moving, in fact, without being given a mission. An autonomous vehicle doesn't wake up in the morning, oh, beautiful sunshine, the birds are singing, I'm going to go pick up some guys at the train station, bring them to, I don't know, shopping mall, and then for lunch I'm going to go to the charging stations for 30 minutes because it's kind of cool. It doesn't work this way. And this is what we want to explain in a few minutes for you guys. The good thing also is that we are not asking those vehicles to be that smart. They are super smart, they are amazing machines, but what we're asking those vehicles to do safely is to move their passengers from A to B. Okay? We are not asking them to coordinate with other vehicles. We are not asking them to coordinate with the infrastructure necessarily. We're asking them, again, to move safely people from A to B. And that's good news because these vehicles are still expensive today, but their price have to go down deeply in the next few years if we want them to be deployed massively in public transport or logistics applications and so on and so forth. So all the computing power and all the energy as well that is needed in those vehicles is not required for those tasks. This intelligence has to be offloaded to what we call a fleet orchestration. And to illustrate, let's look into a typical public transport service. In here, you see on the right for you guys, a typical station-based, schedule-based transportation service for public. And on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, sorry, you see a typical ride-hailing service with somebody booking a ride on a mobile app. As you can see, we have a complexity here with different types of vehicles. Of course, these vehicles also have to coordinate, at least for some time, with existing human-driven systems. And obviously, these human-driven systems are not highly connected and obviously not autonomous. Hence, the need for an intelligence on top. Some people call it a control tower, although a control tower has people in it. Fleet orchestration doesn't have anyone in it. It's purely software, purely algorithms, and purely intelligence to basically send what we call missions. So a mission is what I said earlier, the A, the B, and how to get from A to B. And then, obviously, this is up to the vehicle to execute that mission. We need vehicle automation for good reasons. Just in Germany alone, by 2027, almost 50% of the driving staff will actually retire. So when we hear people say, yeah, maybe it's a nice to have, we have time, we have until 2030, 2040, 2050, whatever it is, it's actually not true. It's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow, like in other industry, imagine if half of your staff actually disappears, going to the beach, to the mountains, traveling, having fun, enjoying their lives. So that's why we need this automation for vehicles in all different types of applications. Because the driving staff is not only missing in bus and trucks, it's missing in, of course, it would be missing in ride-hailing applications. It would be missing in the logistics segment. It's a big topic today to be able to manage all the things that and the goods we like to order online. And of course, it has to be brand agnostic. Because if you get to a site, it's going to say, well, we have vehicles from this brand, we have vehicles from that brand, and then they integrate with tractors, they integrate with this, with that. And you can't just say, well, we know only one brand, or it's something that only ZF provides, for instance. It has to be multi-brand and completely agnostic. And with this vision, then you can develop any kind of application, transportation system by mixing different systems and different vehicles. I wanted to show you also here another application. If you go from the left to the right, the day we have all those systems automated, as you can see, the truck actually coming from the left can be of any kind of brand. Okay, it was automated by a specific vendor. The fleet orchestration has to handle this. When the trailer and the payload is inside the logistics system, then it has to be moved around by a tractor. This tractor was developed most likely by another company, not the company developing the truck. So the orchestration has to be, again, brand agnostic and be able to send missions to this vehicle. And last but not least, when we go last mile, getting to the right of this page, delivering the vehicle, delivering the good and the package and the parcel to the actual client in the end that made the order maybe hours ago, with an autonomous vehicle, of course, this has to be, of course, agnostic. With this, I would like to transition to you, Christian. We're going to talk about the connection with, again, the startup ecosystem and how we acquired this company, and we are the world leader in this space now. Christian.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Luc. So, of course, we are very proud working with Luc and BestMile. And this was one of the great examples where we as ZF, as an anchoring partner for the last 3 years, working closely with Plug and Play and working with so many startups. And this is really one of the first one where we really could fully acquire. We started the process last year and now have fully integrated BestMile as a startup in our company. And even today we talked about how we ensure BestMile as a technology leader of orchestration really stays on the pace, on the speed, and driving this technology forward. So we used a dual operating system in our company. So on one hand, normally where we have our automotive products running and standard processes, as you know, in the automotive, BestMile on the second pass, we really kept isolated as a company, managing their own decisions quite quickly, but leveraged the organization as much as we can in terms of sales channels, alignments on technologies, to leveraging technologies in all the cross-functional teams. You go to the next page. So because why we started the acquisition, having seen the technology leader for autonomous shuttles and vehicles, definitely where we see first business coming, and moving forward into the automation of trucks, where we definitely see this as one of the important measures. Short term, we see a big opportunity to also transform orchestration towards the cargo handling. So not only all vehicles, if you're thinking about dispatchers in the fleet operation of trucks, who in the near future has to deal with electric trucks, still diesel-driven engine trucks, upcoming fuel cell-driven trucks, how can a human being as a dispatcher managing and deciding which truck should go what route, still finding the infrastructure to fueling up these vehicles once again. So here, the AI-based algorithms definitely helping to solving that problem. There we see how we transform the technology from this great startup moving forwards into industry segments of other areas. So one of the success stories for us, how we could integrate this technology in our company.
Thanks a lot, Christian. Thanks a lot for that. I hope we managed to give you the big picture. So again, it's not just about the vehicles. You need also an intelligence on top. And feel free to reach out to us to discuss any kind of projects or pilots or any next step you might have in mind with ZF. With this, thank you, Christian, again. Thanks, everyone. And have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you put the picture? Perfect. All right. Yeah.
I want to see if anyone's paying attention. Which side am I going to come from? You already met this man earlier. We were in a conversation with Tanya, and you were able to see how one massive OEM, global OEM, pays attention to startup and creates something magical and beautiful. And now if you want to get a little bit of a deep dive in the next 5 minutes, and 5 minutes only, poor Henning, he's going to share with you exactly what altatec does. So, guys, please give a nice warm welcome to Henning. Enjoy.
Hello. Okay, so my name is Henning. I am the founder of altatec, and altatec creates 3D maps for autonomous driving. And also, altatec has been acquired by Robert Bosch only a few months ago, so that means we are now part of the Robert Bosch group. And within the next few minutes, I will talk about what is a 3D map, why would you care in the first place, and what does it have to do with Bosch, right? So in principle, we build an exact copy of the environment in a digital form, like you can see in these images. And this representation of the environment guides an autonomous vehicle. And why is that helpful and why is that useful? Well, the reason behind it is if you operate an autonomous vehicle and the autonomous vehicle is supposed to cross an intersection, then there's tons of information which is really difficult to extract from onboard sensors. So one thing you would like to know is where is actually the driving lane that crosses this intersection, where is the boundary of this driving lane, where are some stop lines, where are some holding lines, where are some traffic lights, where are some other infrastructure that is relevant to the path that you want to take over this intersection. that is basically the geometry of that intersection, which is very useful to have a priori and prior to approaching this intersection. But on top of that, there's also information about how do these different assets of our 3D map of the environment relate to one another. So I mentioned, for example, traffic lights and lanes. But these two are connected, right? Because you have certain traffic lights which are associated with certain driving lanes over the intersection. And all this information and much more can be packed into these very accurate 3D maps. And these very accurate 3D maps then can guide an autonomous vehicle. So in the slide deck, it's basically just a collection of some examples we built in the past, over the past few years. And unlike, oh, this is a nice example actually, because in this example you can see what the yield rules are in an intersection. And this intersection, it's not trivial, but it's also not top of line complex, right? I mean, if you go to downtown San Francisco, if you go to downtown Tokyo, or even more complex cities, then this is a joke, right? But even this one is already fairly complex, and all these yield rules, when you want to cross that intersection, can be packed into these 3D maps that we built. Unlike some other companies, we didn't double down on artificial intelligence alone. We did this, but not alone. But in addition to artificial intelligence, we also acknowledged very early on that we do need human labor in building these maps, and we do need human labor to get to some degree of automotive quality, and AI alone will not do it. And I'm still deeply convinced that this is the way to go. So that means that in the past, we didn't only build AI models, but we also built tons of software around it to have a crowd of co-workers in best cost countries to help with quality control. And we thought that this is a prerequisite to really scale this up. And that's basically the tooling we have today. Maybe just a couple more examples from the maps we have built. This is also a nice example. When you look at this, you see the top view of the pavement, and you see the top view of that very merger here, right? And if you do compare this to LiDAR, a typical LiDAR scan, which is oftentimes used to build these maps, you will notice that in this very example, you have very fine-grained resolution, right? With this image, you can see and pick up all the fine-grained details of what you actually encounter in this area here. And the reason behind it, why we have that high resolution, is basically that we derive almost everything, not quite everything, but almost everything from our primary sensors, which are cameras. So we are computer vision guys. That's how it all started, right? Tons and tons of more examples from different places here, different locations. With 50 seconds left on the clock, I finally want to talk about what that has to do with Bosch. We met Bosch during one of these events like this one here today. And there was almost an immediate fit in terms of vision, in terms of culture, in terms of doing things. And then it very naturally led to the first wave of proof of concepts, where my team and the Bosch team worked together on doing these things. And then a second wave of POCs, and then eventually we came to the conclusion that, hey, you know what? If we really join forces deeply and really go full steam in the right direction, we can actually bring this technology to a level where it can power level 4 autonomous vehicles and do this really at scale. And with Bosch, I feel like we have found an excellent industrialization partner, and for my team and myself, it's really a pleasure to work with our wonderful colleagues at Bosch now. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
So maybe on your way in, you saw the giant truck on the left side over there, and you're wondering, what happened? Who brought the truck over? Well, it's actually one of these case studies of Motherson and Broadband 17 coming together. You might also have seen this exhibit over here. And essentially, this is vision AI through camera technology. And they are putting these on the trucks. And the two gentlemen who are coming are going to talk a little bit more about this. So please give it up for Subham and Matthew. Enjoy.
I guess you can hear me. My name is Soham Park. I'm working for Motherson and SMR. And today we are going to show you our camera monitoring system powered by Vision AI. So mirrors are going digital. What does it mean? We at SMR, we are supplying every fourth passenger car on the world globally with side mirrors. Sorry. And that means we are making a lot of mirrors. And we know, as in many other industries, digitalization will come. And we at Motherson have introduced the first camera-based ADAS system, which was on Volvo cars. It's called Bliss, and has been produced from 2005 to 2012. We sold about 1.2 million camera systems already. So since then, we prepared what is going to come and what we believe is going to happen in these days. So we are the only supplier supplying camera monitoring system. And if you don't know, you can see the camera monitoring system over there on the kiosk. Or you can also go outside and see it on the truck, which has, on series production, a camera monitoring system. Sorry, but it's running by itself. So we are globally the only supplier supplying commercial vehicles and also passenger cars with camera monitoring system. And we are convinced that end customers driving our systems will perceive the benefits while you're driving through heavy rain or snow, that the camera monitoring system gives you a perfect vision of the backside. And we know that the camera monitoring system for next generation needs to have something more. As we have prepared from the past for this, we are now going to do the next step. And for the next step, we are looking into increased ADAS features using AI. And that is where we have used our relationship with startup Autobahn, did a deep dive, and we had several startup companies doing AI, and we decided for all these factors you can see here, in terms of efficiency, in terms of power performance, but also other factors for Broadband 17. And today what we are going to present to you is the project objectives. What are we going to do with an intelligent, AI-driven camera monitoring systems for commercial vehicles? Number one is, of course, blind spot detection. Already done, and we are going to implement it on trucks. But number two is a turn assist, which is very important for trucks. As you know, that there are many incidents happening, and it's very difficult for the driver to do this. They are doing it with radars, but we believe with cameras it can be done better. Of course, we can also do lane detection and lane tracking, and of course, trailer end detection. They might be a bit special, but for backing up a long trailer, it is very important to know where the trailer is ending. And now I'm going to hand over to Matt, who's going to give you more explanation on the AI.
Thank you, Subron. Okay, thank you. My name's Matt Snelson. I'm from Broadband 17, a company based in Israel, artificial intelligence deep learning specialist. So we've partnered with Motherson. Actually 3 years ago now, I think we met in the same hall, and Broadband 17 presented, and actually Motherson said, yes, we have the need. So we're experts in many things around AI, particularly forward-facing, rear-facing, but at the low level, so passenger vehicle. We hit some real challenges now with the, it is jumping, with the Motherson project. When you see the commercial vehicle, the big truck outside, it's a really high angle. It's looking long ways down the vehicle. So on the left-hand side here, you have a narrow view. On the right-hand side, you have a wide viewing angle. This is an unusual viewing angle to be able to detect a car or a truck. So we had to conduct a lot of training, and that training is happening now with a truck traveling around, actually recording. We're recording 4,000 different videos. That equates to 4 million difference of frames, because we're running at 30 frames per second. So this is the capture of the data. You see very crisply 1080p. And now we add the AI. So on the edge, working on the vehicle itself, we're able to detect the vehicles. We're detecting the pedestrians, the cycles. We're able to know where those cycles are. We're knowing to calculate the speed of them, the trajectory. And that becomes really critical when you get to something like a pedestrian or a cyclist within the blind spot. And the safe turn assist means that that cyclist is not at risk. There's 4,000 accidents in Europe each year for cyclists and pedestrians being hit by trucks. Very common application now on the highway. So again, we need to be able to detect the trucks coming towards us, understand when they're going to arrive. Linking into the CAN bus system, we know when the vehicle is indicating to be able to turn out. The urban setting, where you can see the vehicle. I'll just play that again. So you see a vehicle, the driver is looking over the top of that, so to be able to see it, detect it with the software within the CMS system. There's always a question about lighting conditions. So here we have an example going in and out of a tunnel. So bright conditions to dark conditions, and then low light conditions. So really we're using some really good technology in terms of gamma modification, ISP. And then we get to where the lane detection comes in. Very important, merging onto the highway. Don't want to hit the truck coming behind us. And finally, a key point is where is the end of the truck? So by using the AI, we can actually analyze where the end of the truck is, project that onto the floor. That helps in terms of safe reversing, low speed maneuvering as well. And finally, just to talk about some of the ongoing work that we're doing together. We complete the training, those 4,000 videos. We then go through a validation process. We look at the velocity, the trajectory, the algorithms to do that, the warnings that we require, and then how do we get the customer feedback from some of the big truck manufacturers you're already working with. And then passenger car after that.
Yes, of course. We are also going to do this for passenger cars and have specific features like blind spot detection and others. So this will be also introduced on the passenger cars camera monitoring systems.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I won't say any names, but we were hanging out with some speakers backstage, some of these big car companies, and I was overhearing a conversation, as you do, and he was saying, you know, with this whole mobility transformation, there is one critical factor that is missing right now, and it is semiconductors. We just can't seem to get access to semiconductors. It may not be what you think about naturally when you think about the mobility transformation. This next gentleman has promised free chips and semiconductors to everybody here. He just has them in his pockets, ready to give to everybody. Now, he's come all the way from Italy to be a part of this. He is a CIO of ST Microsystems, Microelectronics. Close. I was close. ST Microelectronics. He's also a new partner here. We're delighted to have him. He is author of many papers and patents. He is on the expert panel for the Italian government. We're so happy to have the wonderful Alessandro here. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you hear me. No? Maybe you have to turn on the mic. Now you hear me. Fantastic. So, unfortunately, I don't have components in my pocket. I know you will need it. It's very difficult nowadays to find components. But in my presentation, I will try to explain you why we are in this situation. First of all, when we look to the future of automotive, it's clear that you know, we are looking to something greener, safer, and more connected. By the way, this is not only for automotive industry. It's one of the trends of the decade and maybe for the next decade. How the automotive industry is responding to that? First of all, electric vehicle to the greener, then safer, and then on the safer part, you know how many new technology we are introducing in the car for safety, security, and also better user experience as well in the car. But then there is the third point that is connected. Then when we start talking to connected, we start talking to connect to another industry, the industry of data, IT, services, and this is what is bringing the automotive industry, like it was happening for other industries, mobile phone and so on, to another dimension. So this is the trend that we have behind us. And what is bringing this? So there is a lot of need of innovation. in this evolution. And then we have to start to learn to work in a completely different way. In the past, the automotive industry was very well structured. There were semiconductor, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and the automotive industry. Nowadays, because on one side we have acceleration of the market, you can imagine as soon as you talk about data, which kind of acceleration is bringing. And this is, we have to work more in a different way, working in an ecosystem model, because all together we have to define the evolution, all together we have to support the evolution. And semiconductor industry is asked to take more commitment. There is another important thing that you will see in those slides. We have to work on an ecosystem because in a market that is requiring more electronics, more components, it's important that we forecast also the manufacturing capability of our industry in such a way we are capable to respond at the right time to the request of the market. And a trend, so why we are missing electronics here is clear. If you look how the path has been accelerated in the last 4 years, and those was recognized are the years of COVID. I show you another chart. If you look at this chart, from 2019 to 2022, we are producing less cars. But if you look on the other side of the slide, the TAM, the available market for semiconductor, is increasing 47%. So in a total market of a number of cars produced that is minus 7%, in 4 years we are increasing 47% the TAM for semiconductor. Then this explains you a little bit why now we need to work in a different mode, not only for innovation, but also to be able to support the growth of this market and the need of electronics of this market. And which are the trends that are boosting and that are pushing for this growth? Of course, the legacy automotive, I showed you in the previous slide, was step by step requiring more and more ICs to be integrated in the car. And, but there are new trends. We are talking about extended feature on the car. And then these different user interfaces, different way to live within the car. Again, this is again electronics, maybe technology that has been derived from other industry. We have cameras within the car by itself, no? We have a different user interface. We start having touch screen in this technology, in this market. Then there are, of course, the trends that are more disruptive, electrification and digitalization. So we want to have electrical mobility, we want others, we want new features inside the car. And this is requiring a lot of electronics. And then there is the last point. Also legislation is pushing. So we are accelerating the electrification, but we are asking at the same time more safety. And remember, we have the transformation also of the industry, and this is pushing for more electronics. Now, let's analyze more in detail by segment. Again, the same picture, minus 7%, electrification, plus 32%. And still today, the number of full electric cars is a small portion of the total market. Then you can imagine which is the request. How the innovation is being prepared in this sector by the semiconductor industry. Today there are, there is the classical silicon technology, but now new technology has been brought within the car for electrification. Silicon carbide and gallium nitride. You will always listen about that. Why? Because they are more efficient. They allow to be more efficient in power, and efficiency, you heard in the previous presentation, is one of the key important factors. Because you have a battery in the car, you have to extract at the maximum the energy and to transform in the motion of the car. And I want on the right side I give the example of ST, not because I want to promote my company, but silicon carbide, for us, in terms of innovation, is a technology in which we have invested for 20 years to be ready at the right moment with the right technology to serve the market. And this was developed in a sort of open innovation model, because we were working with wafer suppliers that at the time when we started, silicon carbide was still an unstable technology. Then together, we have optimized device and technology by themselves. We've been working with research, with startup, to be ready at the right point with the right technology. Now, it's paying back for us because we have more than 50% of the market. We are the enabler of electrification. But at the same time, we don't have enough silicon to supply the market. This is why, in parallel, you see is represented by little wafer in this slide. We have also to have a manufacturing strategy. We have invested strongly to have this technology manufactured to be able to serve the market. Now let's talk about digitalization. That will be the major focus of the panel. Also here, you see market decreasing. What we see is an increase of 19%. Here, which are the major drivers? Of course, others, L2 and L2 plus are drivers. Is something that we have already in the car. But now we are moving to higher level of let's say, other system. You see the amount of dollar of value within the car for semiconductor, and you can start to understand why there is this increase on the market. But I want to put more emphasis on the last two parts. Why we need more computational power in the car. Car, up to a few years ago, has been designed for a given mission profile. Now, we start having car connected. Everybody's thinking about services. We had the presentation of the wind system that need to have information from the network. Then, when you design a car, you have to design a car for a future capability to have different business profiles. So you have a car is becoming something that will have a level of programmability or capability to have new app, like is happening in this kind of devices. So the car will not be designed anymore for the capability of now, but for the capability of the future. Why? Because you can download more applications, because you want to have more flexibility, you want the car to become more intelligent during the time, because you will enable services with artificial intelligence. You will enable the car to become an element of the mobility business that we usually discuss. And how this translates in the semiconductor. No matter what will be the architecture. Today, when we talk about software-defined car, by the way, the car probably is the electronic device. In the past, it was maybe not fully electronics, that has more complex software within, because you have safety, you have security, you have at the same time services. So the hardware platform, and Mercedes presentation said how important is hardware, has to follow the future evolution of the software. And this is why the industry now is focusing to define new architecture, to simplify using different hardware architecture, the development of the software, and then giving all the flexibility we are talking about. So we talk about zonal, we talk about domain-specific architecture for the hardware. Everybody's talking about 3 layers. Anyway, what is important is all of these will increase the computational power that you will need to be integrated in the car. We estimate by 10 to give the flexibility, and I'm sure the car industry will require this flexibility, and by 6 for the new function, the update over the air, it starts to be a business model that is applied already in the car, and this is why we have to work on those new things. then you understand this is at the end of the day an acceleration. And we, as semiconductor industry, we have been the first semiconductor industry to join startup Autobahn, because for us it was clear that we have to start working a new working model that is integrating all the actors on the industry and also the innovative company that you have seen on this stage. And this is one of the key strategic initiatives for our company in the field of open innovation. So for us it's a commitment. We enjoy this market, we enjoy on the fact that there is more semiconductor, but we have this commitment to help in the acceleration of the evolution of this business on two dimensions, bringing innovation and bringing the right forecast for the supply chain and therefore our manufacturing capability. But to do so, we have to work in the new model that is described before. And again, we are working a lot with plug and play on this, and I would like to invite all of you. We decided also to show our commitment to this market to have an event that is hosted in Catania, September this year, and I take the opportunity to invite all of you to this event. It is, I stop. Thank you.
I'll take it. It's a souvenir for all the work I do. I get to keep a clicker. Thank you. You're so kind, Alessandro. Brian, come on into the middle over here. For those who do not know you, please introduce yourself.
Hi, pleasure. I hope I'm not talking too loud. Yes, I'm talking loud now. My name is Brian, Partner Success Manager here at Startup Autobahn Plug and Play, and I will have the pleasure today to moderate the panel Carol Electronics and the next generation of software-defined vehicles with our 4 expert speakers that are coming up right in a second to the stage.
We still need to get the chairs and the water and everything. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we need one more chair. Lovely
one more,
stuff.
or I can do the...
Just so you know, we actually have only one more talk after this, and then the big closing hurrah. So again, make your decisions where you want to be. And for those who want to be part of this panel, I think everybody's ready. So Brian, the stage is yours. Have fun.
Thanks a lot, Dan. And yes, let's give it a big round of applause to our expert participants. So I'm going to try to direct as much to you, but sorry if I give the back to some of the people in the left. So yes, as I mentioned, my name is Brian. Pleasure to have you here all in the audience. And of course, we're going to start with the panel discussion by introducing our expert panelists. So we'll start from the right. In this case, I have Carsten Demuth, which is Director of Digital Products and System Marketing at ST Microelectronics. I have Dr. Subin Park, VP of Digital Vision System at Madison. We have Damian Barnett, Global PP CTO at DXC Lufthansa Automotive Solutions. And last but not least, Dr. Oliver Wolst, SVP of Automotive Semiconductors at Bosch. And with that being said, of course, there has been a lot of discussion, and of course you hear also Ola Källenius' speech. We're referring to the software-defined vehicle, right? What we try to address with this panel is the automotive software and electronic platforms are becoming crucial pillars in the conceptualization of the software-defined car. What is a software-defined car? Basically, is a new way of interpreting the system in which this can offer new experiences and functionalities to the customer, such as autonomous driving capabilities, customization and upgradability, over-the-air updates, and this, of course, can create, in turn, additional revenue streams and transform a car's life cycle. Nevertheless, though, today's vehicle architectures were not designed for programmability nor software updates in mind. And for this, I would like to give the word to Damian. Of course, a software-defined vehicle is sometimes a very common tag used in the industry nowadays, even oversimplified. Yes, we have heard the computer or the smartphone with wheels. But my question to you, Damien, is what does a software-defined vehicle mean in your own words, and what does it ultimately represent for the future of the automotive industry?
Thank you very much, Brian. So with regards to software-defined vehicle and what that means for the automotive industry, I would say just look around, right? Every innovation that we see here has software written over it. If we look at the products, and then we'll be, what we just saw in the presentations before as well, from Simpart here, where mirrors are no longer just a piece of hardware, their value is driven through software. The value to the client, the person driving the car and the vehicle at the end of the day, all of that is now driven through software. Software creates the true value of the car. And even if you look at it, right, when back in the day it was the motor, it was that noise, the engine, it was the feeling, right? A lot of that today is controlled through software. And so this is really, when we look at the software-defined vehicle, that it's defined now through the software in the vehicle. And the challenge, I think, here for the automotive, or the opportunity now for the automotive industry, is obviously to now be able to do that as not just a company can step in and do that on their own. We need to build ecosystems around that. And I think DXC Technology and Luxoft, with the breadth that they cover from in-vehicle software all the way to the back end, but also with that partner ecosystem in play, can really help build up the software independence that automotive players need today. They don't have that. They're product makers. They're not software manufacturers. We can enable them to gain that software independence and at the same time also scale and help build the talent that we need to really forge the future of software-defined vehicle.
And that's where the value of DXC Luxoft comes in, especially regarding this topic, right? To the expertise of the software and the development.
Exactly, because we have a strong heritage in software, both in the back end as well as in the vehicle. And by combining that together with our partner ecosystem, we can advise our clients in the industry how to do things. We can empower them to take control of their destiny, and we can help them scale. So that's the value proposition of DXC Luxoft.
Thanks a lot, Damien. And now moving on to the topic of course, the software, the hardware architecture. Future EE vehicle requirements. Carsten, let's begin with the following statement, if you could say so. For a vehicle to be truly software-defined, the complete hardware platform must be designed having in mind this in order to enable that, that particular characteristic. So the question to you, Carsten, is in which role does ST Microelectronics sees itself when defining the future electrical and electronics architecture together with the partners in the industry overall?
Okay, thank you, Brian. So there was already the introduction of Alessandro, what we do in terms of products. So ST is really a broad supplier of semiconductor devices, from power to sensors and also to digital. What we have seen today is, of course, a transformation process in the industry, in automotive. So in the past, everything was a bit closed. We had ECUs for each and every function. And now, with the new architectures towards domain, towards zonal architectures, we see a tremendous change. So that means the zonal architecture, for the very first time in automotive, really decouples software and hardware lifecycle. So that means you can build your hardware system, scalable hardware, but on the other hand, you really offer the opportunity to software companies to build their software packages, to update over the time of a lifetime of a car. So not to buy a car and then you stay with the software forever, but really to have this kind of availability. And what does ST bring to that context? Clearly, we built a scalable MCU platform for the next generation of zonal cars with over-the-air updatability features, with safety, with security. Virtualization becomes very important, really to have different software processes running on a hardware. And we offer to the market, let's say, a stable, long-term available platform. And there was this morning the question, what is more important, software or hardware? And the answer of Ola was both. So what we offer, of course, to the industry, to everybody, is a good and scalable hardware platform. But we invite on the same time really partners, especially here in the startup, to complement with software, with new software offers, with new applications in the car, because this is at the end of the day really the added value for the OEM to offer services to his customers and to update over the lifetime of the car.
Thanks a lot, Carsten. Moving out now to Oliver, and of course going deeper into the topic of vehicle architectures. What are the biggest advantages, also from a OEM perspective, of a vehicle centralized zone-oriented architecture, such as the one is envisioned by Bosch for new vehicle functions, such as autonomous driving capabilities and other most customizable features that you can add into a vehicle, into a car?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. It's a good question. So we all know that all OEMs within the next years are going to offer a broad portfolio of digital business models. It's about marketing product features and services in a different way than in the past. Obviously, Tesla also has been a role model in that, so that will be the future. And for enabling this, we all know it must be a software-defined vehicle. That's the precondition to enable that. And for implementing a software-defined vehicle, we already understood a couple years ago, we need a central architecture, a central and zone architecture, because otherwise, the complexity of the software cannot be handled. To handle the complexity of a software that will be updated, that will be branched, that will be changed in the future after delivery of the vehicle, to do this on 50 different control units coming from 50 suppliers, it's impossible. It's not going to happen. We also don't have an example for that in the past. So that's why it has to go there, and it's important for the OEMs. Therefore, they started to develop the software architectures, and they had to do it in a very close cooperation, as Alessandro was pointing out, with the hardware architecture, with the semiconductor makers. And now, for the last 2 years, all OEMs and IDMs were going through this process, and the new architectures for 25, 26, years 25, 26 are defined. However, with this first outcome, I think collectively in the industry, we are not so happy. They are much too expensive. We achieved centralization, but we didn't make it lean. We had to add a lot of computing power in the central units, but we didn't manage to get the computing resource need down in the zones and the other components, so it adds on top. So the next task is now, and it has to come fast because we're talking about a lot of cost, is to come up with higher performing architectures, with leaner architectures, with cleaned up, tidied up architectures. And for that, we will need to develop virtual hardware on an IP level, on a semiconductor level, but also ECU and multi-ECU vehicle level, a complete virtual model to run software stacks, to analyze the performance of architectures, and to develop future lean architectures. And that's, I think, where OEMs, semiconductor makers, but also, yes, I'm from Bosch, also the tier ones will be required in order to manage that task. And there is a lot of cost buried in that. So I think that's the next step, that's the next challenge.
Thanks a lot, Oliver. And speaking about system input, meaning what the car perceives, vehicle sensing demand is expected to increase since there will be a higher need of capturing the environment for ADAS and autonomous driving capabilities. And my question now to you, Subim, is what kind of innovations are needed on the computing side in order to bring together all these different signals into actionable data for the vehicle itself? Yes.
So the technical simple question, Brian, or answer, is what my colleagues already explained here. So centralization, more computing power, faster interfaces, lower latencies. But I think the reality, as we have learned in life, is a bit more complicated. So what I have presented in my previous presentation, that we at Motherson are developing computer monitoring system, is slightly different to what ADAS or autonomous driving systems are doing. because we capture the world, we process the image, and then show it to a human driver or a human passenger. And that has some, I would say, different, objectives than for an ADAS system. And what we are doing right now, and that's the answer to your question, is how do we combine this? How do we create systems which can give the best human vision, but also give the best computer vision? And I think that is not only with hardware and software, but it has to do also with image quality. And image quality is very subjective, something we have to learn how to measure, how to program this in a way that human drivers, who sometimes perceive very different because they have different eyes, will evaluate the system we are developing as a very good system. And still, at the same time, have the performance we need to detect, to classify obstacles in the right way. I think these two things are very demanding, and where not just computing power or software will be needed, but also new ideas, new concepts, how to bring these two worlds together.
Thank you, Torbjörn. And now moving on a little bit about the panel hypothesis. Before, much of the vehicle software and electronic systems could be done a little bit in isolation. But today, as we have been discussing, no single actor can solve on its own the technical and commercial challenges for the creation of the software-defined car. So now my question to all of you and whoever wants to jump in is, how can the different stakeholders, meaning all the companies you represent, all the different value chain across the automotive industry you represent, also members of the audience, the companies you represent, how we can all work together to energize this transformational challenge towards the creation of a truly software-defined vehicle? Carsten, we can start with you.
Maybe one comment on that. I would say, like we see here today, to have an as early as possible involvement of all the different parties, so not to have a top-down process, and really to engage with hardware, with software, with tier ones, with OEMs, all together. Collaboration, this is, in my opinion, really key to manage the challenge, because software is so complex, as the colleagues already said, it's not manageable by single companies. Really collaboration and early involvement of startups with good ideas. We see here majority of the startups is in the field of software. This is key.
Thank you.
If I may add a word, I think what is important is that we are overcoming the hurdles, the borders. Because these days, all companies working on their own because of IP, because of ideas. But if you want to achieve what we are heading for, then how do we get seamless teamwork over the borders of companies accomplished? I think this is a challenge we have to overcome, which has nothing to do with technology or with, I would say, strategy. It is more or less, how do you get multiple companies working as one team? With tools, with access to data, with everything.
I think a lot of it's changed already. So all stakeholders, I would say, are much more open to partnerships than they have ever been before. Yeah, that's very clear. But that's actually why forums like this one have a particular value in these days, more than before. Yeah.
And if I could add, I think what the gentlemen have said is correct. So we are moving in the right direction. Look at SOFI, right? That's about a scalable architecture that helps drive the software-defined vehicle. We look at Eclipse SDV, which is a code-first try to really drive also reuse of code, right? We talked about cost. How do we bring the cost down? And it's not just the cost of hardware, it's also the cost of software. And I think, when we look at all of the players in the market, and I think it's understandable that everybody wants to understand what does it mean now for me as an OEM, as a tier one, as a semiconductor, as a solution provider, what part of the software value chain do I need to control? And I think right now what we're seeing is that everybody wants to control everything. What we need to do is come together and really focus on where do we differentiate, right? So a car company needs to be able to understand and embrace and harness the power of software, but they shouldn't be doing a base platform. They should leave that to the to the semiconductors. They should bring in software experts for the software parts, for the DevOps. They should bring in the tier ones for where they can bring in innovation. And I think we saw it also, right? How do we drive open innovation? How do we drive a more open, inclusive discussion that, again, is really focused on how do we drive differentiation?
Thanks a lot for the answers and, of course, for being here present, for making this panel possible, and precisely to start fostering this collaboration with these open discussions. And we hope, of course, to have more interesting talks afterwards in the networking and a couple of drinks, on top of it. Thank you very much also to each and one of you members of the audience for listening to this panel, and we'll see each other very soon. Thank you very much.
I know. We're getting tired. There's so much content. It's been back-to-back content.
Good evening.
We got one more for you. And actually, we have managed to do an entire program without COVID affecting us until this one. So, if you looked in your agenda, there would have been someone called Lars who was going to give this talk. Unfortunately, he's got COVID, but we got an upgrade. That's what I keep telling Tobias over here. He's a CTO for innovation management. He actually studied here at the University of Stuttgart, now works in Hamburg for NXP Semiconductors. One last applause for one last little impulse here on the stage. Please give it up for Tobias.
Absolutely my pleasure to being here on stage in Stuttgart and with the plug-and-play startup Autobahn. First time for us, great to be here. As mentioned, my name is Tobias Helbig. I'm managing the innovation within NXP Semiconductors in CDO. And we already had a great presentation by Alessandro on the importance of semiconductors. What we see, semiconductors is driving great breakthroughs over the past decades. With this excessive increase in performance, we see entirely new value chains, we see entirely new products. Layer on top of that AI, which is a huge wave coming in, take safety, take security. We have tons of drivers which are extremely interesting and relevant for innovation. On top, it's us, being always online, being individual, having our phones in our hands, always connected. And around us then the mega trends, the big cities, demographic changes, climate changing, scarcity of resources, which ultimately is driving a lot of the innovation needs in our environment. In the context of all of that backdrop, we have a huge wave building under the heading of Secure Edge. If you look at the waves of semiconductors, say in my early days while studying, I was happy to buy myself a nice computer. At some moment became a laptop. The next wave was that the whole consumer electronics industry got into upheaval. And then we are where we are pretty much still today, that we have the mobile phones in our hands driving a huge growth of semiconductors in the whole world, as well as in the backdrop of that, the whole data centers, streaming which goes with that, and so on. The thing ahead of us is the next growth wave, and that's going to be based on the secure edge, where everything is smart. The connected devices, the factories, the homes, the cars, very much relevant in this context. There was recently a news article going around that in 2030 the semiconductors industry will hit a turnover of 1 trillion. And from my side at least, I've given up doubting those kind of forecasts. So it's a very exciting time which we have ahead of us here. What is driving that wave? It is ultimately edge processing, so a lot of the intelligence moving into the devices which we have in our hands, in our homes, or which are our mobile devices, the cars. So there's literally an explosion of the number of those devices. There's a prediction of north of 75 billion connected devices. Thanks, Alessandro, for the very good presentation on what's the market demand in the automotive market. Electrification being a key trend here. Assistance coming in more and more cars with ever more sophistication, and ultimately always multipliers which drive the semiconductors contents. Go beyond that, communication moves on from G to G to G, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next one, 6 is also coming with a lot of interesting new possibilities. AI, I think, still one of the mega trends driving compute performance. If you look at the technical side for that, then fundament is clearly safety and security, especially security. I don't think that we would trust devices which we use in case they are not secure. So absolutely a fundament. The other one also not to be underestimated is the whole topic of power consumption. The slide mentions ultra-low power. That's the stuff you ultimately find in your battery-powered or not even battery-powered devices, where, of course, power consumption is critical just to be able to use the device itself. But also for kind of center stage stuff, like data centers, power consumption is massively a topic because with this growth of the electronics, the consumption itself is going up like hell. And as a consequence, we have to do something about it, which drives very much then the innovation needs as the next step. If you take 10 miles high, a view on these edge devices coming up, they have a nice technology foundation which you can use as a pattern. They always follow the pattern sense, think, connect, act. First is that you would like to sense your environment. That can be your thermostat, that can be your LiDAR system or radar system in a car. That can be other sensing modalities which we have to basically get connected into our analog environment. Next thing is the thinking, the processing of the data which is there to derive meaningful conclusions out of that. So very much a driver for processing, very much a driver for smartness as well as learning. All of that is overlaid with being connected. The devices with each other, laterally, the devices into the cloud. Again, major element in all of those edge devices. And lastly, it's about acting, having something happening in real world, in the analog world, and where ultimately a lot of that is about being efficient, with a minimum amount of energy, getting the effect which you want to have. As I mentioned before, and I'd like just to re-emphasize that again and again, foundation underneath is safety and security. We want to be sure that the devices perform their duties even in malicious environments. We want to make sure that even if whatever electronics breaks, nothing goes wrong. So safety is absolutely a mandatory requirement. Within this context, I am looking at innovation, driving innovation in a semiconductors company. And sure, you can imagine that this is very, very interesting, given all the dynamics from the technology base as well as within our environment. We have quite some extensive programs running under the heading long-term innovation programs, where we're looking at, say, the needs, the differentiators, say 4 to 8 years out, where we look at what kind of, say, solutions do we need to be successful with our future products. We are running those programs on a yearly basis. We are interacting a lot with universities to gain access to the latest knowledge, latest results, and be able to utilize them. Part of our ecosystem and tool set is as well interacting into the startup landscape as of today already. Being in startup challenges, XTC, or our own program which we run in India, but also dedicated interactions with startups to gain access to technology which we would need to partner with them when it is about creating new business, shaping these new future systems with creative and fast minds, and with that be able to, together to shape the future. And that is very much for us as NXP the motivation also why I am here on stage, why we are joining Startup Autobahn as a consequence with exactly that philosophy. The topics we are active in, and very shortly only in a nutshell as NXP to give you some glimpse, clearly radar, CMOS-driven radar in the automotive space where we are market leader, processing and networking in the car, and quite some interactions ongoing and discussions ongoing, and how is this changing? Well, now this nice old analog thingy, a car, is being disrupted and ending up in the digital space with all what that means to the product itself, the value chains around. Electrification be a topic, battery management, motor control, these type of topics. Lumped together, IoT and industrial, very low power consuming devices for security, for processing, as well as innovations on the fab floor. And the last two ones I wanted to shortly mention is in the communication space with ultra-wideband, not only ability that you send communication back and forth, but actually that you can measure distance and direction, which gives very, very interesting possibilities for new solutions, for new use cases, for driving innovations. And lastly, 6G, yeah, it's more bandwidth, that's good, but also here topics like sensing come in, because in the frequencies around 100 gig, there's a lot of new things you can be doing there. What I wanted to do is invite you to play with us. A bit driven by Corona and suddenly not being able to travel, suddenly not being able to be on the industry fairs, we developed quite an extensive technology showroom, over 50 demos, where we show in a system context what kind of interesting things can be done with our products. I would like to invite you to go to showroom.nxp.com, play with it, and let's use that as an interaction basis and see what we together can do for the future and how we can shape it together. In that sense, an invitation to play with us. Let's get creative, let's be creative together. Let's inspire each other and in the end, be able to advance technology and even more so advance society. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to many more personal interactions here with you.
And it's the number one. Perfect. Thank you so much, Tobias. And this was really cool insights from NXP. Amazing panel. And actually our final of our mobility stage here right now, stage 1, but not the final of the day. So actually this stage finished, the outside stage finished, and we will all come back here in 1 and 2 minutes, right then, to get new partner announcement, awards, video message, and much more. Let's play some music, get everybody in, and then let's finish our show. Cool?
amazing. Okay, so welcome to our final little closing. First announcement. If you have a loved one or a child that you promised to hang out with this evening, cancel those plans. We want you to stay with us. We brought the sunshine outside, we got drinks, we got a DJ, and we want you to hang out with us. So please tell them, I love you, but I'll come home after 9. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second, we're gonna do awards for people. I don't have awards, but I have chocolate. And all I need is a one-word answer. What do you love about startup Autobahn? So you can say just any one-word answer. Raise your hand, and I got some chocolate for you. Just one word. What do you love about startup Autobahn? Stand up, please. Stand up, stand up. I'll hold the microphone and scream it in here. Go for it. Chocolate. Oh, wait. Can we switch on mic number 2, please? Mic number 2.
Chocolate.
You like chocolate? Okay. that was cheating. That was cheating.
New contacts.
New contacts. Okay. Come on. More people. Why did you come to Startup Autobahn? I'm coming to the back over here. Fantastic.
Openness.
Openness. Yes. Good. Come on. Keep going. While I'm back here. Why do you come to Startup Autobahn? What? And this chocolate is really good too. So you want it.
Mercedes.
You came from Mercedes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. Now somebody has to say they came for another OEM as well. Come on. Who else? Down here. Who are you pointing at? Are you volunteering people? Is that allowed? What brought you here?
He is volunteering me.
Yes. What are you excited about for Startup Autobahn?
I think the selection of the experts, the network here, is inspirational. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who likes chocolate? This is not a trick question. I know the 2 people that raise a hand. Who else likes chocolate? I've got 3 more pieces of chocolate to give to people. Okay, you ready for this? I'm going to throw it. You going to catch it? Here we go. That was a decent throw, despite the fact that it was flying all over the place. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. On this side, who wants some chocolate? You ready for this catch? If you don't catch it, you have to return it to me. Okay, here we go. Oh, so close, so close. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is a bit of an award ceremony, but I realized usually we have awards over here. I believe this time we have a cool little AI delivery coming in with the awards. You might have seen these rolling around. So this comes from delivers.ai, and in this blue box, we have, you know, it won't be long before I get replaced as well. Eventually you'll be like, and now we have a robot that will be your MC and moderator. But right now the package is coming in here, so this is where the awards are. We're very excited to make a couple announcements. Please clap really hard. Please celebrate the growth of our ecosystem. Please celebrate the great people that are making this a huge success. First up, we want to announce the new partners joining Startup Autobahn. And for that, we have Anton and Brian. Let's give it up. Yeah.
All right, welcome. I was being asked to whoever wants to sit down. There's still some chairs here, so come fill it up. We just have a few more minutes.
Plenty of space still.
So my name is Anton. Together with me on stage, I have my colleague Brian. We're part of the amazing corporate team, making sure that all the partners, corporate partners we have in our ecosystem are leveraging our ecosystem, meeting the right startups, and so on. But an ecosystem needs to be growing as well. And in the next few minutes, we're really excited to announce a total of 6 new corporate partners who are either just recently joined or are just joining today. Even like the last contract was signed today, which is, I think, also a novum for Startup Autobahn. We will start off with GF Casting Solutions. I would like to ask Gabriel up on stage. Warm welcome. Perfect. Gabriel, so we'll do it with all the partners the same. So please just quickly introduce yourself, your role within GF, and just let the audience also know what GF is about.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Gabriel Selbach. I'm responsible for innovation at GF Casting Solutions. Actually, our CTO was not allowed to come due to COVID, so Frank, if you hear this, greetings go out to you. GF Casting Solutions is part of the GF Group, so George Fischer. George Fischer is an industrial company founded in 1802, Swiss-based, headquartered in Switzerland. We, as GF Casting Solutions, we provide lightweight solutions in the area of castings and additive manufacturing, especially in automotive and aerospace. We have two sister divisions. One is piping systems, delivering products for the clean transportation of liquids and gases. And we have machining solutions who deliver products on high precision machining. GF is ranked as being one of Europe's leader in climate protection by the Financial Times for the second time in a row. And this underlines our goal as a Swiss-based company to be a leader in innovation and sustainability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. And then all the way from New Delhi, really excited about this one because it's the first two-wheeler manufacturer we have in our ecosystem. Please welcome to the startup Autobahn ecosystem, Hero Motocorp, Rahul.
Thank you. Good evening, all. I feel privileged to represent my company here. It's the world's largest two-wheeler company. We are at the forefront of offering modern technology, superior and eco-friendly solutions to millions of customers. So in 2020, we passed a milestone of 100 million customers and aim to do another 100 million by 2030. We have two R&D setups, incidentally, one very close to Munich, 8 manufacturing plants, 2 outside India, 1 in Bangladesh and Colombia. We are present in 43 countries outside India, in regions of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Middle East. Recently, we announced our new brand identity to lead our emerging mobility business, including electric vehicle. It's called VIDA, which means life in Spanish. And we are very proud to introduce our new electric vehicle very soon, before the end of this year, to the global markets. I lead the business development sales and also innovation management in the new business vertical. Very happy to be part of this. Super excited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. All right, next one up, a new partner, a new ecosystem partner here in our startup Autobahn ecosystem. Also very excited about, because another electric vehicle use case mobility provider we have in our ecosystem. Please welcome the CEO of Torc, Gürcan Karakaş, on stage.
Thank you, Anton. Perfect pronunciation of my name since quite long. I'm representing Torc here today. Torc is, first of all, a technology company starting with a state-of-the-art, smart, connected, and native-born battery electric vehicle. And as we really mean it, it is a start, and the start continues parallelly with building up the ecosystem, the mobility ecosystem. And this is the reason why we are very much engaged with the startups and with the startups environment. And that's also the key reason why we are here today. In Turkey, we are founding anchor member for Smart City Vertical, and here with Torc Europe GmbH, where we see Torc Europe as the user research lab for our European operations, and therefore quite excited and happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, and then as the last ecosystem partner in the round, I'm happy to announce, and I already mentioned it was last minute, so unfortunately there's no representative of our next ecosystem partner here today, but they sent me a note to say welcome to the ecosystem, that they're excited. And the next partner, also from India, is Amber Group. And for everybody who's not aware of Amber yet, Amber Enterprise is one of the leading solution providers for HVAC segment based out of India. They are supplying critical and reliable components such as motors, controllers, and heat exchangers for the HVAC segment. And yeah, we're really happy to support them in everything digitalization and also Industry 4.0. So there is going to be a lot to discover together with our ecosystem partner, Amber. And with that, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Brian, to announce the last remaining 2 partners we have. Brian, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Anton. Indeed, now is the time to proudly announce our 2 latest anchor partners, or startup Autobahn. I would like to start first with Bridgestone Mobility Solutions, headquartered in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Please give a warm welcome to Jan Martin de Vries, CEO.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing us on stage here, and hello everyone. I'm the CEO of Bridgestone Mobility Solutions, that probably most of you know is a digital business unit of Bridgestone that most of you know is a global leader in premium tires. And as Bridgestone Mobility Solutions, we are on a mission, and that mission is to move the world towards a sustainable future with data-driven mobility solutions. And we do that actually by providing such solutions to fleets, vehicle manufacturers, tier ones, and other mobility players such as, for instance, cities and road authorities. And all that based on technology, connecting vehicles to the cloud, extracting data, and generating insights through software as a service and artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
And now, to close the round, I would like to announce NXP Semiconductors. Dr. Tobias Helbig, please. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Seems I'm building up a habit. Second time on stage already, and that within minutes. So excited to be here for NXP Semiconductors, as the name says, an semiconductors company leading in especially the automotive solutions, ranging from processors to in-car networking to radar, highly innovative around battery management, tons of topics which I think are relevant in this context and beyond, ultra-wideband security, which drives on the one hand our turnover, but also the fun of what we are doing. And I'm very much looking forward to enjoying the fun with you as a very great interactive community.
Thank you very much. All right, let's spread out a little bit here on stage, guys. Just join me down here as well. We have prepared just a single easy question for every one of you guys, because of course we also want to know and understand why you guys have joined the ecosystem, and especially startup Autobahn. So we will start with talk, and I would like to know what you actually expect to get out of this partnership in the future.
Especially for Talk Europe operations, where we are looking for better user understanding and also solutions from the pain point solution side and comfort side. So we are looking to specific expertise areas of gamification, fintech, insurtech, and blockchain solutions.
Great, perfect, crisp. And we continue with GF. So Gabriel, you actually joined a few months ago already. So you've been working with a few startups, had maybe already first success cases. What are you, especially looking at all the different open innovation players, looking from startups specifically to gain in this collaboration when interacting with them in the future?
Yeah, I mean, as I told before, we have a clear dedication to sustainable innovation. And this means for us, we do not push money in projects who do not have a measurable impact on sustainability improvements. And added this with our core values in our company, which is caring for each other, learning from each other, but especially from external. And this ends up in performance. It was a clear follow that we have to join this partnership and that we have to collaborate with startups. On the first hand, and then second hand, it just helps us to speed up our activities. And this is, I mean, the best example is the outcome of our first deal flow. Here we partner up with CarpMe, and they help us to define our product carbon footprint for our products. And I think this is the best example how we want to collaborate with startups.
Yeah, let's continue doing that. Thank you, Gabriel. Brian?
Yes, so now the question for Tobias, of course. We just started the partnership some days ago officially, and the question is, what are the main reasons for NXP to join our open innovation platform?
I would like to broaden our access and interactions with the startup scene. On the one hand, to gain access to, for us, technical assets which we can bring into our products, but also to go for common business development. Let's shape the future together. Let's anticipate and create those future systems where there's a lot in it, which would be the main direct purpose. The second is, this is a great ecosystem of companies, of stakeholders, and we have a role to play, we have a future to shape, and I'm also there looking forward to very much doing that. The last thing, and I'm emphasizing that again, it's about fun. I was sitting with you yesterday evening and we were chatting, hey, there's metal, there's a chip, how can we bring that together? How can we bridge that, like for reliability checks? And I think these crazy ideas and being connected with also unlikely connections, there's a great opportunity in there. Looking forward to that.
Thanks a lot, Tobias. And now, Jan Martin. The partnership is now public since quite a good number of months ago, since February. But of course, the question to you now is, what do you hope to gain from working with startups ultimately inside Bridgestone Mobility Solutions, developing also new products and services going forward?
Yeah, the way I see that is very similar to what we heard this morning from the CEO of Mercedes-Benz. So as I mentioned, we live in a world of very dynamic and exciting world of mobility, heavily impacted by megatrends such as a massive electrification in front of us. And you need to keep on innovating, to keep on adding value to customers and society. And we operate in a complex ecosystem, so we truly believe in the value that startups can bring actually to create an open innovation system. So we really hope to accelerate some of our initiatives to make the world of mobility more sustainable, more efficient, smarter, and safer.
Thanks a lot.
Perfect. And then let's close the round with Rahul. You're a good networker. I always see you chatting with a lot of people. But what are you most excited about, like now being also a member of this Startup Autobahn family?
I think Startup Autobahn is the nerve center for open innovation that connects startups from all stages to large corporations. For Hero, and I think more importantly for Vida, I see this as a great platform for discovering new technologies and helping us accelerate our open innovation initiatives. We are committed to safety of our customers, the environment, and giving them seamless customer experience. That just empowers us to leverage this platform. I hope Startup Autobahn is the catalyst for paving the path for success of our initiatives.
Perfect, thank you. Amazing last words. So we're really excited. The whole Startup Autobahn team is excited. I think the rest of our partners who've been working with us over the last years are also excited to have you now in our ecosystem. So welcome to the Startup Autobahn community. Please give our new partners a huge round of applause. And then maybe one last picture with the new partners.
Welcome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
All right, and we're continuing with something where you might have to be already part of the ecosystem for a little bit. We heard that GF was already managed to secure one successful pilot, but we will now hear from my colleagues Marvin and Madeleine how successful collaboration looks like, and I think we're gonna hand out something out of that robot, right? So please welcome Madeleine and Marvin on stage.
So hello everyone from my side and from Marvin's side. As already announced, my name is Madeleine.
And I'm Marvin. So we are both members from the Plug and Play family, and we are really, really proud to announce the winners of this year's Plug and Play Global Innovation Awards. So, Madeleine, just out of curiosity, I'm asking for some friends here. What do partners need to do to actually get this award?
Really good question, Marvin. With the Plug and Play Global Innovation Award, we want to honor the work of our partners and startups who successfully come together and apply their knowledge, passion, and innovation to solve challenges facing the industry in an exceptional manner.
So that sounds really great. Now you've got my attention.
Good.
I think we are super, super excited to know who actually won this award.
Great. So let's kick the ceremony off with our first winner of the Plug and Play Global Innovation Award, Madison and Broadman 17. Please come to the stage. So, Madison and Broadman 17 combined their expertise in rear view, mirror systems, and vision AI to bring safety and comfort to our vehicles.
Hello, my name is Alexander Slama. I'm from Madison and heading the pre-development department. I'm really happy and proud to receive this prize. Thanks a lot to Startup Autobahn and Plug and Play and the jury. The vision of our project was and is to make truck driving more safe by artificial intelligence and to reduce fuel consumption significantly by camera monitor systems. The next step is to improve our just started AI technology for this futuristic truck application. And I'm really happy to work with Broadman in this international collaboration between Israel, England, and Germany. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Matt Snelson from Broadman 17. Just a massive thank you to all the guys and girls at Motherson Group. It's great to be a startup working with such a prestigious company. And from all our team, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So the next award winners have a vision to be climate neutral along the entire value chain from the year 2040. Please welcome together on stage Schaeffler and the German startup Makerside. By teaming up with Makerside, Schaeffler can run ad hoc automated analysis of environmental impacts from the entire supply chain at scope.
Thank you very much. We feel honored to receive this award. Thank you, Startup Autobahn, for bringing us together, and thank you, Makerside, for the powerful cooperation. And we think that our cooperation is a powerful tool, just like mentioned, for our target to be climate neutral by 2040, which is an especially challenging task for the supply chain, and that's the core competence of Makerside. So, thank you.
Thank you as well to Schaeffler for running such an exciting project with us. On one hand, a lot of fun solving such complex challenges, and yeah, we're looking forward to further collaborate with you to help you solve further supply chain challenges, get to that net zero goal, and have a successful partnership. And thank you to the Plug and Play team for recognizing this.
No problem. no, it works. The next award-winning project is a perfect example of a successful collaboration between all Startup Autobahn founding partners. Please welcome together on stage Mercedes-Benz and Ventus Technologies. So, Mercedes-Benz teamed up with the German startup Ventus Technologies to back up the long-distance drive of the Mercedes-Benz Vision EQXX with wind forecasts. So, I hope it works.
Thank you. It's okay, it's working, yeah, good. Thank you for all the guys which are helping us for getting this prize. Thank you for Plug and Play. Thank you for the Startup Autobahn, and thank you to the EQXX team, which is the board to get in the front of this project. We are working at Mercedes on a system which is making a forecast of the energy consumption, and the wind is very important for that, and the wind making better, the influence making better is a very good thing which makes Raphael with Ventus, and we're working together to make this good. Also, thank you for my team, for my chief Eva, who gives me the trust to working on this project, and also thank you, Raphael, to your company, to Ventus. Thank you, and thank you for this prize.
Well, thank you very much. We're actually stunned to get that award, and we are very honored for Plug and Play recognizing us. We also want to thank Mercedes for the pilot projects we did already and the trust in us. And personally, Manfred, I want to thank you because you are the start of the whole story. You kindled the spark in me that wind forecasts at vehicle height are a thing already. And then digging deeper, I realized actually nobody is taking care about the problem. So we thought, let's make it. But I stand here just as a representative of the most amazing team, namely Andreas, Lutz, and Mario, who made the vision of Ventus becoming a reality and have been being brave enough to start a company with me. Thank you very much.
Finish? I can take it. Thank you. Good. So please, once again, everybody, big applause for all our award winners. And thank you, everyone, for being so active and driving open innovation. Back to Dan Rem.
Okay, so this is a moment that we've been talking about, the moment with this contactless delivery over here with the awards. It's actually a brand new award category, and this is the Voices of Open Innovation. No better person to run us through that than the wonderful Tamara. Let's give it up for her.
Thank you so much. So happy to see you all. Amazing to get together again. And also warm welcome from me. I'm also part of the corporate team at Startup Autobahn. So as you all know, innovation is not a short-term improvement. It's a process that takes time to deliver its very powerful impact. And this is also why this year, for the first time, Startup Autobahn, powered by Plug and Play, decided to hand over our Voices of Open Innovation Award. And this award really, it honors the commitment of our founding anchor partners, really shaping the future of open innovation every day together with us on the platform. And this is why I would like you to join me, give a round of applause for our founding anchor partners, and please join me on stage. It is Porsche, Anja, Andy, Christoph, our champions. It's Sandra from BSF, Stefan from DPDHL, then our lovely ZF team, Joscha and Mark, and also our DXC team. Please join me on stage. Okay, it's gonna be a bit crowded here. Maybe, I don't know if you wanna come up here. Let's use the whole stage. Okay, great. Perfect. So really these partnerships and you as champions, you laid the foundation for our strong partnership. And yeah, the open innovation platform we created together, which is the Europe's largest open innovation platform right now. So we're happy to have you as founding partners here with us. Yeah. And one of the first founding partners, right next to Mercedes-Benz, was Porsche. So Porsche, Anja, what is your favorite, most exciting moment together with Startup Autobahn?
Yeah, so looking back to more than 5 years with you guys and also with you guys, we can say we really enjoy being part of this, and we really enjoy to meet all of you, all the open minds, and experience the very great ideas and the cool projects that come out of this. And my personal favorite Startup Autobahn moment was in 2019 on Expo Day 5, as I came here as a project manager for one single innovation project. And since then, I really enjoy being part of this. And yeah, thank you to the team of Plug and Play. So great job. And thank you to all of you.
And yeah, a fact about the awards also maybe. You can see around the seconds. We actually calculated the seconds you're with us. So it's a big number. Yes. It's actually 10 programs you all are with us, so a long time, many experiences. The BSF team also already realized a lot of amazing projects, and you also showcased how to collaborate along the whole value chain. So I think open innovation really is about collaboration in the end. So what does collaboration mean for BSF, and why did you decide to partner up with other corporations on the platform?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for the award. And yeah, so I think if you work together with other partners, you're always much smarter than when you're just alone. So you can act faster, you can share your minds, and yeah, make use of each other's experiences. And a good example for this is our partnership with Motherston and Porsche and Circular Tree, where we all work together to yeah, calculate CO2 emissions along the whole value chain, from us as a Tier 2 supplier to Tier 1 and then up to the OEM. So thank you very much for enabling all this. It's really great to be part of this platform.
Thank you so much, Sandra. And talking about value chains, logistics plays a crucial part. So as you can see, within our ecosystem, we present the whole value chain, and logistics is represented by DPDHL, the world's largest logistics company. And Stefan, as actually also one of the champions being longest on our platform, you know probably quite well how to manage innovation projects. So what does it take for you to be a promoter of open innovation within such a large company?
Well, we're not only the largest logistics company in the world, we're even the most global company in the world. So, and you can only become that if you're open to new markets, to new ideas. You need to think out of the box and try things. Don't be afraid of failures. And you need to have a positive mindset on doing that. So, and with a bit of excitement, it helps to motivate people and get them to work together with you.
Nice, thank you. Thank you so much. And now, set F, let's probably jump to some examples how to realize innovation strategies within a corporation and also how to work best together with startups. So ZF team, you recently acquired Best Mile after another successful project. And Mark, let's kick it off with you. How do you identify the right startup to partner up with in the first place?
Sure. Well, thank you first of all for this really amazing award. We really appreciate it. And yeah, to your question, I would say the short answer is check back with your internal BUs, with the business units. Be absolutely clear on what they want, what they are aligned with to do, and then run that by the startup. And yeah, continuous iterations and alignment. That's the short answer. And then in concrete cases, like classically, look at the team, look how good their tech is, benchmark it against their competitors, look at the business model, how well they're executing traction-wise, how good their progress is, how well they're financed. But yeah, key is alignment internally with your strategic roadmap.
Totally agree. Thank you. And Joscha, maybe jumping over to some learnings. So what are the biggest hurdles and learnings when it comes to integrating a startup within a company?
Okay. As some of you may know, it's not easy, but what I always find most interesting is finding the right model for collaboration between full integration and kind of separation for speed and agility to find the best possible compromise there, given the culture and all the other conditions.
Thank you for your insights. And finally, also the DXC team. Big team on stage. It's amazing to have you all. And yeah, the past years have always shown how fast-paced actually the whole future of mobility is, how uncertain it is. So my question to you would be rather like, how does DXC make sure to stay innovative in the future, and what would you actually like also to achieve together with Startup Autobahn in the future for open innovation?
Yeah. So for us at DXC, innovation happens every day or every second. And we are part of several innovation centers worldwide, such as Startup Autobahn here or the Plug and Play Hub in Antwerp. And, ooh, yes. And that really enables us to bring together creative technologies, creative thinking with best practices to then build digital products and digital services for our clients. We work with amazing startups. Some of you've seen here today. We partner with companies that really help to shape the future and really help to create a better world. We have very talented employees, and this broad ecosystem with all of you here today and with all of our partners that really helps us shaping the future and helps us shaping the future to create better ideas, greater ideas. So I would say that's our answer.
So much looking forward to that. Thank you so much. And as you just said, let's shape innovation together every second, like on your awards. Thank you so much. Let's shape innovation all together with you too. And thanks for creating this platform with us. Maybe we can do one picture all together. One picture down there, maybe. Quickly, everybody together. Yeah, let's try our best. Can you go to the left a little bit? Can you go to the left a bit? To the left? Or right? To the right? I mean, yeah, perfect. Okay, perfect.
maximum microphone on, please. I know people are tired. We want to get the booze. We want to get the partying. So let's do this last part very, very quickly. First, if you watched the virtual event last year or last time, you would have seen a certain Marcus joining us virtually. And this time he couldn't be here in person, but he sent a little video message that he really wanted to share with you. So can we play that video first? And then we'll do our final hurrah, okay? So let's get the video. There it is. Wonderful Marcus Schaefer.
Hello, everyone. Supposedly, it was Einstein who said, if at first the idea is not absurd, then there is no hope for it. You all know that the history of Mercedes started with a pretty wild idea. A carriage without a horse? Who would ever need such a thing? Today, the idea has changed the world and the lives of so many people. Mercedes-Benz has become a brand that attracts countless customers. And it attracts some of the best seemingly absurd ideas of our time. Thermoplastics made of household waste, materials made of cactus fiber or the underground structure of mushrooms, sound environments which improve well-being, and so many more. It takes people who see the world with different eyes to find such ideas. People who see the full potential of technology. At Mercedes-Benz, we share this worldview, and we have made it an important part of our R&D process to team up with some of the best innovative startups. This is what Startup Autobahn is all about. Together, we can turn the impossible into reality. An electric car with a range of more than 1,000 kilometers. What a crazy idea. Yet, we have made it happen with our vision EQXX and with the help of some recent and former Startup Autobahn participants. Not only reaching this amazing electric range, but also with groundbreaking, sustainable materials. Thank you all for sharing your creativity and your passion with us. And the best of luck with your wonderful and wild ideas.
Okay, so one last thing, and probably the most important thing, because while we have this Expo Day every couple months like this in this format, and we can do this big hurrah, the honest reality is the work is happening every single day. Every day startups are getting involved. Every day meetings are happening. Every day new partnerships are happening. And there is a team that is responsible for the everyday of building this amazing ecosystem. So while they come up, and that is your notice, all plug and play Startup Autobahn people, please make your way to the stage. Can we all clap for them, the production team, the booths, the amazing people that are helping out at the food tables and everything else. Let's give a big, big, big warm applause for all of them and for all their work. Saeed, Sasha, come on up, come on up, come on up. Come on, Saeed, please. All the plug and play crew. Come on, Hannah. Talk to us.
I don't know if I can. Oh, wow.
Here we go.
Guys, don't be shy. Everybody from Plug and Play, all the startups, all the speakers, maybe everybody who would like to be on the picture, feel free to come up. We will do one big round, and it was amazing to have so many people here today.
Full house.
And this amazing support from Mute, from Recourse, from the Plug and Play team, a lot of volunteers, interns from our partners. Thank you so much for the help. And I think biggest thing as well, startups, partners, everyone making this innovation happen, what you can see at the EQXX model and other ones. Anything else to add?
The only thing to add is I believe something is going to go pop, so don't get scared. And that's mostly for you guys. Everyone from Plug and Play team here? Fantastic.
Okay.
In that
Felix,
case...
I'm taller than you. I don't want to be standing in front of you. Nina, you need to be in. And guys, the good part, if the picture is done, you can get some food, some drinks. And with this, are we ready? 3, 2, 1, yay!
Woo! All right. Thank you, everybody, for a great Startup Autobahn. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
See you next time.